Good morning, honorable members, commissioners. I'm still waiting for the chair. She's trying to log in. Thank you.
Almighty, everlasting Prince of Peace, you are lifted up, you are Lord, and worthy to be praised. Oh God Almighty, mighty, Almighty, everlasting Prince of Peace, you are lifted up, you are Lord, and worthy to be praised. Yes, Nelly.
Amen.
How?
We are listening to you giving us a solo, Mhlonisho.
How? It may come on,
Yes, but the message is well received. Thank you very much.
Sorry for that. Morning, honorable members. Good morning, commissioners. I greet you all in the name of Jesus Christ of Nazareth. I want to open my iPad first. Stay safe and shop online. I didn't want to. Good morning, honorable members. I declare this meeting officially open without any waste of time because we have many items today. I said yesterday, Nelly must change the agenda, but I want to greet all commissioners. Good morning, Chair and Deputy Chair, if they are present. And good morning to all our staff members who are present in this meeting.
Morning, Chair.
Chair.
Sorry, Kanga. Yo, sorry, honorable members. Bengiviko itilvuleka manje sengithukile ukuthi ubani uvula igate ngoba I'm alone. Sure. Okay, Nelly.
Morning, Chair.
I was greeting the chairperson of the CGE and the deputy chair.
They have not logged in yet, Chair. I haven't seen them.
Oh, okay. The CEO.
She is here, Chair.
Okay, thank you very much. Good morning, CEO.
Morning, Chair. Morning,
And-
honorable members. Morning, commissioners. Thank you.
Okay. Nelly,
Recording in progress.
I hope you have changed the agenda. Ne?
Yes, Chair, I did.
Did you send us the new agenda?
Yes, I did, Chair.
Any apologies?
Yes, Chair, I've received,
Oh, you're making the payment now? No,
Yeah?
making the payment now.
Sorry?
Tasneem, can you mute your mic? Thank you. Good morning, Chairperson and members and colleagues and commissioners. I have received 2 apologies. One is from, it's 3. One is from Honorable Hlengwa, who's attending public hearings on PC on health. The other one is from Honorable Sharif, who is not feeling well. And the last one that I've received, it's from Chairperson of the Commissioner, indicating that she has received an apology from Commissioner Day, who's attending her strategic planning meeting for her department, Chair. Those are the apologies that I've received. Thank you.
There are no apologies from honorable members, ne?
It's 2, Chair. One from Honorable Hlengwa. She's attending public hearings on PC on health. And the other one is Honorable Sharif. She's not feeling well, Chair.
Oh, okay.
Yes.
She's booked off sick. Sheriff, ne?
Hi,
No,
Chair.
Hi, Honorable Pity.
Hi, Chair. Yes, I did receive Honorable Sharif's apology this morning.
Okay.
She's unfortunately fallen ill, I think, from last night already, and she's not getting better. So she did ask us to just tender her apology.
Oh, okay. We were wishing her a speedy recovery, and she must go and consult Honorable Mpiti. Okay.
Chairperson, my hand was up.
Honorable Commissioner Tlobatla.
Yes, I sent an email to Neliswa this morning that there might be interruptions when it comes to my attendance because I'm supposed to leave for Joburg. My flight is at 12 o'clock today.
Oh, okay.
Be disconnected and try to connect again. I'll do my best to stay as long as I can. Then the DC is busy trying to log in.
Okay.
Yeah, I think she's in now. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much, Honorable Commissioner Tlobatla. Okay, let's move to the next item. Nelisa, if agenda we amend item number 1, briefing by CGE, it's not that agenda.
No, Chair. The next item after apologies, it's consideration of the committee program and then minutes, and then we'll go to the briefing by CGE.
Okay, just send me that one because I don't have it.
All right, I'll do it now.
Who's going to make the presentation?
I'll present, Chair, for the program.
Okay.
I've just sent you the program, Chair. I'm going to share it on the screen.
Did you send the program to honorable members?
I sent it yesterday, Chair, but I can send it again.
Yes, we got it.
Oh, Nhlanhla again. Okay.
Okay, thanks, Chair. I'll just go through. Yeah. This is the first term program, Chair, for a term starting from 25 January to 1st of April, which is the first term parliamentary program. The first meeting that we had was on the 25th of January, which we did 3 reports on procurement, on transformation in tertiary institution, and on gender rights under cultural rights. The second meeting that we had the second meeting
Who writes or wrong?
It's written as that rights check in the ATC. Maybe Cge can explain.
See, oh, law rights, so gender rights, under culture rights. Is it correct?
Yes, ma'am, it's correct. It's basically words, which are rights as in human rights, and then culture rights as in cultural practices.
Okay.
Yes.
All right.
The second meeting, Chair, was also we're dealing with the Cge reports. These are all outstanding reports, Chair, that we refer to our committees, which we held on the 1st of February. We did last week the report from Cge on assessing correctional services center on the health and welfare services for female offenders. The second report that we did was on balancing the scales, reviewing development in women's representation in politics and government between 2014 and 2019. We couldn't continue with the 2019 elections report due to time constraints, Chair. We'll have that report today. Today, Chair, we're going to deal with 4 reports, 3 from Cge and 1 from the South African Human Rights Commission, which is the one on 2019's election. The second one will be the bare minimum South African compliance with CEDAW Committees 2011, concluding observation and recommendations 2020. The third report from Cge will be emergency response action plan on gender-based violence and femicide. And then at 12, we'll be joined by the South African Human Rights Commission to present their report on the Northwest Provincial Investigative hearings into the lack of safety and security measures in school for children with disability in South Africa. Those are today's presentations, Chair. At 10th is its State of the Nation's address. Next week, on the 15th, we still have a Cge on all the outstanding reports, which has the last one, which is a progress report on transformation in the public and private sectors, progress report on the state of shelters in South Africa 2021, a report on the Commission for Gender Equality on an investigation into the choice of termination pregnancy in 2021. And then on the 27th, the 1st of March and 8th of March, on the 22nd of February, we are going to receive the 3rd quarterly report from the department. And then on the 1st of March, it's also 3rd quarterly report. And 8th of March, which is all Tuesdays, it's also third quarterly report from NYDA. Then 15th of March, there was a petition referred to the committee by Honorable Sharif on the response by the Department of Women, Youth and Persons with Disabilities on the petition from Post Office to Parliament Task Team and Uinene Mkhotyana Foundation, calling on the Assembly to establish the National Council on Gender-based Violence and Femicide. And then thereafter, we'll also receive a briefing by the Department of Health and Social Development on progress made with regards to the implementation of the National Strategic Plan on Gender-based Violence and Femicide. And then the last meeting, the 22nd of March, we'll have a briefing by the Department of Women, Youth and Persons with Disabilities on the protocol to the African Charter on Human and People's Rights on the rights of persons with disabilities. And then the last one, it's an oversight as per the parliamentary program. That week is dedicated to committees to conduct oversight. So a proposal is to conduct oversight to CGE, Department of Women, and NYDA offices, Chair. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Nelly. Honorable members, here's the presentation. Can I get your inputs and your comments?
Chair, I don't see my hand function. Can I come in?
Yes, Natasha.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair, and good morning to you and all of the other members and CGE delegation. Mine is just on the oversight on that period, Chair. I think we also need to do oversight on maybe some of the safe houses that we are having, because we're going to go to offices of CGE and Department of Women and NYDA and see what is the role of us going to go and do oversight to those offices. I don't see that it's beneficial to us to even go and check where do they file that, where do they file that. That is not going to help with our function and our tasks. So I think we need to do some of this, add maybe some of the safe houses, and then also maybe do a round of police stations to check if they have rape kits and all of that, and equipments, or see that rape victims do get the necessary help they are getting at police stations. But to go and visit offices of NYDA and women, I don't think it's going to be a fruitful exercise for us to do that. Thank you very much, Chair.
Honorable Natasha, it's important that we go to their offices. The reason that we've put it in the program is because of the things that were presented in their reports. One, remember last year, honorable members of the DA, Honorable Mpiti, Honorable Sheriff, and Babu Ngobo, they were doing oversight in different provinces. They visited offices of the NYDA, where in their findings, they reported to us whilst they were there that some of the offices of the NYDA are not functional. And even their state of condition, it's not offices that can be used by the public. And those things were raised in a formal portfolio committee meeting. We have taken a resolution in that meeting that we will go and visit those offices. Secondly, the CGE offices, when they were presenting their report last year, the internal audit risk and audit committee presented to us that there were findings of some goods that were purchased. In fact, TVs, to be specific, there were TVs that were bought by CGE, which were amanya pukile, and nobody was held accountable for them. And in that meeting, we said we will go and check all those things, that whether bona they do have the asset register, 1, 2, what is if there's any consequence management regarding all those issues that were raised by the internal audit and risk committee. And also the other thing was the standard of offices for local CGE nayo, it seems like they are not the same. In Limpopo, the people were complaining that the office there, the way it is, it doesn't look like an office for an institution like CGE that can be used by those people who are deployed there. But also, with the ones, the NYDA, amanyama offices wabo, in fact, were locked. I think those are the basis that we felt that as the portfolio committee, we were implementing the decisions of the meeting, Honorable Natasha here. And that does not mean we cannot add any other thing to say, in fact, what is left is that one of us visiting AMA police stations, because it was part of our agenda items where we agreed we'll go to police stations. But I thought that because CGE was visiting AMA police stations, I thought that maybe we'll have to wait for their report so that they can come and present the report to the portfolio committee on their findings, so that we can take it from there as the portfolio committee on whether we still need to go and do that oversight as the portfolio committee. And then the other one was the issue of this is about safety, gender-based violence. Shelters. The other one that we needed to add was shelters. All what we needed to do is to check how many days are we going to be doing oversight as the portfolio committee, and then add it to our program. I'm sure I've tried to cover you, and honorable members can also come in and remind me of other decisions that we have taken, if maybe there's something else, there are things that I've missed out. Can I get hands, honorable members?
Chair?
Yes, Honorable Natasha?
And no, I covered it. If you have put it color drop, they covered Yabakar.
Yeah. So all what we need to do, Unelisa, is to add those two. Issue Yama shelters, and I'm not sure CGE, which is Osnigazanini, report Yama police stations, because they did went to visit Yama police stations, but there is nothing stopping us. Even if we are visiting those offices, I agree we can work up until late at night. So there's no train smash, because we'll be booked in where we are going to visit. All what we need to do is to agree on which provinces are we going to start with, because the offices are in Gauteng, but they've got offices all over, in all provinces, in all 9 provinces. So we won't tell them to which office we are going to identify, but we are going to, definitely we are going to visit the offices where those things, they bought TVs. I don't know how many TVs, and those TVs are parked somewhere. They are not being used. So we need to take that report. Bo Kashifa, Tasmin, and Christelle, they'll have to take out that report when we are preparing for those visits. But also, I'm sure in some of the visits for police stations will have to be joined. Maybe we'll request commissioners who are deployed in respective provinces to join us, because they've got a checklist on the police stations that they visited, so that when we go there with them, they'll be able to say, we came here as CGE, these were the things that we have raised with you, up until to date, you have not fixed those things. And then we deal with those things as and when we visit, and we get our findings in that visit. Thank you very much. And can I get any comments? Thank you,
Honorable Masiko, my hand is up.
Honorable Masiko.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson. Let me firstly apologize for joining the meeting a little bit late. I had challenges with network, so I had to find the network, Chair. I'll therefore request also for my video to be off, because where I am, it's quite unstable. We were doing some school functionality visits here in Kokstad, Herigwala district. Chair, one must firstly welcome and appreciate the program for our portfolio committee. And I fully supported Chairperson, but with the amendment that was made by Uneliswa verbally, that moved one of the outstanding reports that we had last week to this week. She did note that we had one outstanding report that we were not able to deal with due to time constraints, and it has been moved to this week. Secondly, Chairperson, and I know that we probably won't have time to deal with it, but one would like for us to prioritize it in the next term report, in the next term program, if we are unable to squeeze it in for this term. Last year, we had an outstanding matter of the CEDAW protocol on amended CEDAW protocol on gender-based on gender and development, sorry, Chairperson. So I think it would be important for us to really, Chairperson, because if we leave it and not attend to it in terms of getting the progress report from the department, you'll find that a year down the line, nothing would have been done. So I would like to propose, Chairperson, that we do find time, if not in this program, probably in the next term's program, to squeeze it in so that we're able to get the department to account on the progress, and we're able to ensure that at least something is being done or some work is being done in terms of the outstanding matters of the amended CEDAW protocol. Thank you very much, Honorable Chair.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you very much, Honorable Masiko. In fact, you are correct. I remember you were the one who was chairing those meetings. We'll squeeze it in this term. I think we'll have that meeting on a Friday. So Neliswa and Kashifa, you'll have to work on the date, whether we're going to deal with it somewhere in March. And it must be a Friday or a Wednesday, it's fine. So I think it's a priority. You need to put it in this one. So we are going to have it somewhere in March, Honorable Masiko. Or, yeah, March. You can have it in March.
Thank you,
on Friday. Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any other hand?
Yes, Chair.
Yes, Honorable Mpiti.
Very good morning to everybody on the Zoom, to the commissioners, honorable members, and yourself, Chairperson.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, mine is just to comment on the program that we see in front of us. Firstly, I just want to say I'm so excited and very happy that we're doing oversight, and I think this is something that is fundamentally important, particularly in a time where we know the issues that our country is going through, particularly with gender-based violence. And I think the most important work that this committee should be doing is really going to the ground where the people are and understanding these issues so that we can fight them or fight for them thoroughly when we engage the reports that we receive here at this committee. But my first comment, Chair, really on the program is it's just out of interest for me that we are starting in the Gauteng province. My recommendation would really to look at the more rural provinces first. And the reason why I say that is that what we found when we did our national oversight last year is that in the more affluent provinces like Gauteng, Western Cape, KZN to a certain extent as well, there were issues, but the issues did not compare to the issues that we found in provinces like Eastern Cape, the Northwest, and the like. And so I would just maybe would like to know why the Gauteng province, and maybe make a recommendation that we begin with the provinces that are really struggling the most to really access the type of information and resources and services from these entities like the NYDA or CGE or the department itself. And just also perhaps maybe the more detailed aspect of the oversight will come later, but I just wanted to maybe to have an understanding. Is the Department of Women and Youth and Persons with Disabilities is obviously in Pretoria, if I'm not wrong. So I don't know if they have any other places across the country. So maybe if I can just have that understanding, and I would just maybe recommend that we just have more clarity as to those particular issues. I support the call on the police stations, Chair, as you've mentioned, because I think the police stations are really, at a police station this weekend, and there were people waiting outside the police station for an hour. So there's a lot of issues that are really happening in our police stations. A woman who was there to report an assault was told, why did she not fight back? So when you hear these things, you really just get shocked out of your mind, because it's not that the police don't know what they should be doing, but I feel that there's been a lack of a lot of oversights that have needed to happen in various police stations, where people are really getting away with really dehumanizing victims and also really having zero capability to deal with people who come in to report assault or rape or domestic violence. So I really think we need to prioritize that. And then the next question is, I'm assuming that in the next term, there will be more oversights. And obviously, we're not going to see that now because this program only refers to this term. So I don't know. Maybe that's an assumption. I would like to know if that is true. But all in all, Chair, I am very happy with the program as it stands. Just those few questions for clarity. And yeah, I'm happy. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honorable Mpiti. Any other hand? There's no other hand.
Good morning, Chairperson.
Good morning, Babu.
Yes, Chairperson. No, just I support Honorable Mpiti on his point that if possible, we should look at starting in provinces that are more rural. And my comment, Chairperson, or my request will be that if possible, we can also identify a few NGOs that assist persons with disabilities during our oversight and visit those, just to get an understanding of how they actually work and the challenges that they might have. Thanks.
Oh, okay. Let me say to you, honorable members, let's agree that maybe
Sure.
in sorry.
Sorry. Yes, Chair, is Honorable Masondo here.
Masondo?
Yes, Honorable Chair, good morning and good morning, Honorable members and the CGE and our officials. Honorable Chair, I just want to say in this program, I support that we start even in Gauteng or wherever. Because we are going to do the oversight, even other provinces. If we have started with this, but if you have maybe some more clarity of changing it, I don't think it's a problem, but I support that we start in Gauteng, then we go to other provinces, because we said our offices, the CGE offices and the NYDA, they are based in Johannesburg, but it's not a problem. I just wanted to say that I support as it is.
Thank you very much, Honorable Masondo. Honorable members, I think we are on the same page, that we are agreeing that we are not going to focus only on Gauteng. We are going to identify other provinces, and I think it's us as the portfolio committee that we said we want to visit rural provinces. Which one, whether we choose Eastern Cape or whether we choose Northwest or KZN or Free State. Remember, the issue of TVs was discovered in Free State, if I'm not mistaken. Am I correct, Honorable Mpit?
Yes, Chair.
Yeah, it was in Free State, and but also we will visit that. When we visit their head office, we'll visit. One day we'll go to the NYDA offices, and we'll go to CGE offices, and then we'll make other days. We'll take other days for other provinces. Maybe if it's the visit will be for 5 days, then we'll have to divide the week into 3, which 2 days in one province, 2 days in one province, and 1 day in Gauteng, when we are dealing with both offices of the NYDA and the CGE, because their head office, they are here in Gauteng. But that does not mean when we go to other provinces, we'll not visit their offices in the provinces. We'll still visit their offices in the provinces. So we were agreeing, we are not going to take Gauteng only. And then the other issue that Babungobo has added now is the issue of how about us visiting those NGOs that they are responsible for disabled people. I think that one, our researchers, they need to do some research and check which of those can we go and visit. In fact, in all these areas, they know before we go and visit, they need to do some research and write it down, whether they go physically or they do desktop. I don't know how do they do it. But you know, when I was at the Gauteng legislature, our researchers, before we visit an area, they used to go to the place before to check all those things, and then they come back and give us, as honorable members, exactly, you know, where are we going to go and what are the issues there, so that when we go there, they will brief us a day before we visit that area, when we arrive in that province. So I think the other one that I want to add is the one of sanitary dignity pacts. That is another one that will be added. I think what we need to do is that in each and every city in Ikota or Item, yeah, Item will do our oversight as the portfolio committee, so that we cover all the aspects that we are talking about, honorable members, if you are agreeing with me, so that we know by the end of this year, we would have done most of the work. We would have visited most areas where we have concerns, and then we'll compile a report, a full report, notwithstanding or issues, ZGPV, issues ZGPV, priority as a portfolio committee. So Zonage, we are going to deal with them. Naganjan. So if you're agreeing with us that in each and every term in our program, we include into oversight visits, then we are fine. Can I get hands if you're agreeing with us? So that when we draft the program, we are going to edit. Masiko, Mpiti, Natasha.
Chair?
Yes.
Chair, I support what has been stated by yourself. I just want to say that for the researchers as well, we have between myself and Honorable Sharif and Honorable Ngoba have compiled our final report from our national oversight. So maybe we can also send that to them to just maybe assist in terms of the information in preparing the documents for the committee when we do the oversight. Thanks, Chair.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you, Honorable Mpiti. Honorable Natasha.
Oh, Chair, I was out for a few moments. My network cut me out, Chair. So I didn't get the 5 minutes part of the meeting.
So you want me to brief you? Please,
Chair.
Okay, we're saying in each and every term, we are going to have an oversight visit.
Agreed.
So the other, yeah, we are going to add the issue in our program that we have drafted, that we are presenting before you today, is that you are, it is written as if we are going to visit Gauteng only. What I was saying is that no, we are going to also visit other provinces. We'll remember, we have agreed as the portfolio committee that we want to focus on the rural provinces because there was an outcry that they are not given adequate attention. So we are going to visit rural provinces, whether it's Gauteng, it's Eastern Cape, or Northwest, or KZN, or Limpopo. We'll see. But at the end of the day, we'll agree before we go which provinces are we going to visit as the committee. Yeah, and then even if the Gauteng can be the last, it's fine. But in all these provinces where we're going to visit, we'll put it nicely in our program, whether we are going to visit police stations or we are going to visit shelters, or we are going to visit NYDA offices and CGE offices. We'll just do it randomly. We don't, it's an unannounced visits in all of them. So CGE will just hear that we were there. But if there are commissioners who will go with us in those visits, we'll be very much happy, and they'll know where are we going to on time. I think we are going to inform them. So what we have added is the issue of NGOs that are dealing with issues of disabled people, the sanitary dignity program. We'll see which province we do that. Whether we choose 2 provinces or 3 provinces, our researchers will help us. Because remember, we've invited all provinces to come and make a presentation to the portfolio committee. So where there were gaps and where there were issues, the researchers will help us and to identify which province are we going to do. I think KZN will be part of this one, because you remember there was an issue of corruption, alleged corruption in KZN. So with this one of sanitary dignity packs, I think KZN will be part of it. So each and every Kotake term will have an oversight visit. We'll see how do we put it, and in our planning we'll see. But in principle, we're agreeing as the portfolio committee. This year we are going to do oversight, unlike the other years where we're having other pressing issues, about interviews, about NYDA and so on. We have other pressing projects that we have to deal with. But this time, I'm sure this year, so far when I looked at the things that we need to do, we can do oversight that we want to do. So Honorable PT was moving for the adoption of EE program with all the amendments that we have added now. Okay, the other issue was the CEDAW a protocol on the force, Masiko? Prohibition of child marriages. Is it
Marriage,
this one?
the amendment.
Yeah, I think that is the one. Yes, ngiyayikhumbula ngenhloko ukuthi konje kwakufanele discussa in. I think it's that amendment of prohibition of child marriages. So now we have added, which will make set aside one Friday or Wednesday and deal with it once and for all, because it was not concluded last year. So can I get a seconder? Because Honorable Peter has already moved for the adoption of the program. Can I get a seconder? Masiko?
Chair, my hand was up. Thank you very much, Chair. And I think, like Honorable Peter, I myself am very excited at the prospects of us as a portfolio committee actually being on the ground and playing oversight. And Chairperson, I think you've really hit it on the nail in that. The issues that you have raised, Chairperson, that we need to play oversight of are critical really to the key performance areas of our departments. And I think, Chairperson, coupled with that, we need to also see the best practices, see those projects that are flourishing, that have been supported by the NYDA. Because most of the time, Chairperson, we tend to lean towards that which is not happening. But I think it's also equally important to see that which has been working in terms of the funding that the NYDA has given to young entrepreneurs, so that we're able to come back, Chairperson, and tell those good stories, because they do exist. There are youth entrepreneurs that are flourishing, that have been supported by the NYDA. And if we're also playing oversight over that, we will be able to speak about those best practices and take them back to our provinces, so that we're able to implement that which is working and that which is being done right by the National Youth Development Agencies. I think, Chair, we must also, there's a lot that we can add, but we must not forget the courts or the justice system in terms of dealing with issues of gender-based violence and how women are being treated in courts when they are going to attend cases. I'm just going to derail a bit, Chairperson, and please forgive me for that. There is, when the year begins, there are issues of child maintenance, because now children must be taken to school, and you have mothers who are chasing after their baby daddies for them to pay their child maintenance, so that they must be able to take their children back to school. What I have learned, Chairperson, is that some fathers that have been given orders by the court to pay the money are actually paying the money to the courts, but the courts are actually delaying in terms of transferring those monies back to the mothers. A case in point, Chairperson, I have a colleague of mine who's working for the KZN legislature. When I was raising, there's a subcommittee of the ANC that I sit in, which is social transformation. She said that her child's father, she's got 3 children with this man, and he's been paying for the past 7 months to the courts, but the courts have not been able to transfer the money to the mother. So now you see that they are having a backlog, and the problem is not on the side of the father now. Now the problem is on the side of government, of actually taking the money back to the mother so that the mother is able to render the needs of the children. So now those are things, Chairperson, that I think we need to look closely at, because I'm sure that there are many other cases which are similar to this one, where mothers are not receiving their monies and their monies are stuck with within the justice system because they're having a backlog with banks, they're having a problem with banks and processing those monies back to the mothers. But Chairperson, I fully second and support the program as outlined, and as you have actually mentioned, the focus areas that we will need to look at. I think it's proper, Chairperson. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honorable Masiko. We have raised a pertinent issue now. That one is very serious. In fact, you reminded me of one case that I got yesterday. There was one lady who's having a shelter for those families who are placed by the department, I think Department of Social Welfare, who are placing women and their children in those shelters. The issue that was raised with me yesterday was they have a problem that some women and children who are placed in their shelters, they are experiencing problems regarding maintenance and by the fathers, but also a problem that they are having is with regards to ENFSAS. They were saying to me yesterday, those children who are placed in the shelters, they have a very big challenge. One, remember, they are no longer staying with both parents. And when they apply for the NFSAS to study at higher institutions of learning, the NFSAS declines their application. Some of the reasons that are put for that decline of their application is that maybe the father is earning above the bracket that is prescribed for a child to qualify for NFSAS. But now the mother does not qualify. So, and it's even difficult for the child to talk to the father to get that financial support. And then the children, they become frustrated. And some of the children, they are suicidal because they can't take the pressure of stress between these relationships between their parents. And then it affects them emotionally, financially, they become stressed. So they don't know what to do as AMA shelters. So it's one issue that I thought that I don't know how to deal with it for now. But what I've done yesterday, I said I referred them to the chairperson of NYDA board so that maybe they can see how do they deal with issue efananale, because Nami Izolonje, it was my last day of my examinations. So it was Termekar because bengiceda ukubhala and I was tired, so I referred that lady to the chair of the NYDA, so that maybe NYDA must start thinking on how do they intervene in such cases. So le eyakho Masiko nayo, I think it's the second one, which I think CGE nayo must look at these two issues that are raised. How can we intervene, all of us, and assist these children and these women in terms of justice department and in terms of Department of Higher Learning or social development, on how do they help those good women and men who are helping our women and those families who are placed in shelters, because now they are frustrated. This is one issue. These two issues, I think they are very critical. We need to find a way on how do we then assist our communities. I don't have an answer now, but I think it's food for thought for all of us. How can we deal with these two issues that we have just raised now? But I think, Masiko, because you've got that case, what we can do, you can bring it, and then we'll write to the minister, send that case as is, and so that they can get assistance, because there's no way that abantwana will suffer when their father is putting money every month, but they don't get that money. That's not correct. Something must be done. But thank you very much.
If I may just come in on that one, that there was a certain level of acknowledgement on the side of the Department of Justice that they are experiencing problems with the backlog of processing these maintenance through to their to the intended beneficiaries, and it can take up to about 10 or 11 months for them to process the payments.
Ayisincedi le nto leyo Masiko, thina into esifunayo ukuthi babofakile imali, uminister masinikele case, must deal with the case.
Yeah.
Angithi this is a case on hand that we are having.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is that the problem is not with this one individual. It's a countrywide problem in the processing of child maintenance grants on the side of the Department of Justice. And I think we need to look at it holistically, then dealing with this one particular case and check where the backlog is and how the department can fast track the payments of child maintenance, because it weighs in kakulu on the side of the mothers of these children who need to go take these children back to school and also pay the school fees. The school fees does not wait for the Department of Justice, or the schools will not wait for the Department of Justice to process payments 10 or 11 months after the father has paid. Thank you, Chair.
Yeah, Masiko, I'm agreeing with you, because that one, if I don't my pensions, children who lost their parents, who can access their parents' pension funds from EGEPF. I've got many cases zalab. Abantwana who are frustrated, abanye abasazi nokuthi benzeni, nabafelokazi abanalawo ma cases baningi. I think these are some of the issues that maybe we must find a day on how do we deal with them and take them forward, and so that these departments who are responsible for them, they must do something. It can be correct. But thank you very much, honorable members. Our program has been duly adopted, and Honorable Mpiti has moved for the adoption, and Honorable Masiko has seconded our program. And thank you very much, honorable members. The program has been adopted. Let's go to the second item.
Thank you, Chair. It's minutes.
How many sets of minutes? How many sets?
It's two sets, Chair.
No, we can quickly adopt those minutes. Melo wena Nellis. Lord, singawabekela next meeting. We've been pushing them. Ubani lo yasho njalo? Ubani uthi we've been pushing them. Okay, thank you very much, honorable members. Here are the minutes of the 25th of January 2022. Briefing by CGE. We are alone. We are kitchen. The meeting was chaired by Honorable Masiko. Honorable Masiko.
My gadget freezes. Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson. Honorable members, before us are the minutes of the 25th of January 2022. This meeting was called in the main to receive the progress reports from the Commission of Gender Equality. The first report that we had dealt with was on gender transformation and procurement for 2018-2019. We then also received a report on the gender transformation in tertiary institutions for the year 2018-2019. And the last report that we received was on the gender rights and the culture rights, assessing women's empowerment through houses of traditional leaders in South Africa. That report was done in 2018. So, honorable members, I request that for progress, we take the minutes as read because they were circulated to all of us. And I will therefore request for a hand that moves for the adoption of these minutes.
Yes,
Okay, Honorable Masondo.
Thank you, Chairperson. I would like to propose that we adopt the minutes as true reflection what transpired in the last meeting.
Thank you, Honorable Masondo. Honorable members, Honorable Masondo has moved for the adoption. Can I get a hand that seconds? And Honorable Mpiti?
Thank you very much. I would like to second these minutes as proposed. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Mpiti, and thank you, honorable members. The minutes have been duly adopted. Thank you very much, Chairperson. Over to you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Masiko. The minutes of the 25th of January 2022 has been duly adopted. Let's get the next sets of minutes. In fact, I'm reminded by Kashifa now that in that oversight, we also need to add a issue, your office for a Department of Women. So, Nelisa, and you must also note that. Yeah, the minutes, honorable members. Let's follow the same protocol, the way Masiko presented these sets of minutes to say they've been circulated to all honorable members. Are there any corrections, any amendments or omissions? If there are none, can I get hands from honorable members? I take it that you have read all these minutes, honorable members. How are your pants, Nellis? Khona umuntu engamboni lapho sijoyinwe uDr. Bani Khumalo umbhalile. Iyashoda lapho sijoyinwe uDr. Khumalo fanele umbhali.
I'll do it now, Chair.
So we should not give any abonang. Aye phansi ngifuna ukubona la kuma commissioners ukuthi ubhaleni. Yeah, phansi. Yeah, there were no apologies, my commissioners. Yeah, phansi. Oh. Bokune apology ka Dr. Muliko. Awukhuphuke ngibo. Iphi angiboni. There was the apology ka Dr. Muliko. Yeah. Can I get a mover for the adoption of the minutes? Honorable Songo.
Thanks, Chair. Greetings to yourselves and honorable members. I move for the adoption of the minutes of the 1st of February 2022. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Flongo. Can I get a seconder?
Masondo.
Honorable Masondo.
Thank you, Chairperson. I support the minutes as adopted.
Thank you very much. The minutes have been duly adopted. The minutes of the 24 for English second. First of February. 1st of February 2022. Adopted. We're done with the minutes. Next item.
It's briefing by the CGE Chair on the reports. Thank you, Chair.
Over to you, Chairperson. Over to you, Chair.
Greetings to you, Chair, and good morning to honorable members. Chair, we will not waste a lot of time. We're presenting 3 reports this morning. Let me just show my face, Chair, that I am alive. Thank you very much, Chair. I will switch off. The connection is not stable. Chair, the first one was a report on elections 2019. The second one, Chair, is a report on CEDAW, our strategic objective 1, which is really about a conducive environment. South Africa is signatory and acceded to. And we do this Chair, just to make sure that with all these conventions and instruments, we are looking at the elimination of gender-based violence. So the CEDAW report, which is the Convention on the Elimination of all forms of gender-based of discrimination against women, was a 1979 convention, but ratified in 1995. And the purpose was to fast-track the gender equality, not only countrywide, but regionally and internationally. So as you would know, honorable members, South Africa has domesticated some of these issues that we have signed and acceded to, such as this convention. And we have managed to date translate those into laws, into policies, and we have translated those into programmatic interventions to promote gender equality in South Africa. So we are showing that we are complying with some of those instruments and with some of those international minimum standards. The third one, Chair, which is very, very critical and important to our time, is the Emergency Response Action Plan on Gender-based Violence and Femicide, a 2021 report. Chair, and this report was premised on the presidential announcement of the ERAP in 2019 September, and it was backed by a heightened gender-based violence and femicide issues and reports that were reported in South Africa. And CGE then decided to do a little bit of work and look at what the government, the 22 government departments have done based on the 5 key thematic areas to actually make sure that within a period of 6 months, all the emergency response action plans have been implemented by those 22 government departments. Chair, I'm not going to waste time. CEO, I will request CEO to really be fast, Chair. We don't have much time left. To be very fast in terms of presenting the reports, Chair, and with your guidance, we will be guided whether we present all the 3 or we present one by one, Chair, and then question and answer will be guided by you, Chair. I would like to hand over to CEO to make the first presentation on elections, Chair. Thank you very much.
Maybe, Chair, let's get 2 reports, and then the other one will make another day, so that we allow Human Rights Commission to make a presentation too.
Okay.
So the CEO will present 2 reports. Yes, maybe the one that was not presented last week, and then one of the ones that were supposed to be presented today. Then we defer the other one to the next meeting that we are going to have. Maybe we'll have to look at our, what are we doing on Friday, Nelly?
We don't have a meeting, Chair.
So we'll see whether we apply for Friday, or we'll see it next week. Thank you very much, Chair.
That is fine with us, Chair. Thank you very much. We will ask the CEO to present on the elections and the CEDAW, and then perhaps we can defer the ERAP report, Chair, so that it gets the quality time it deserves for both presentation and engagement, Chair. Thank you very much.
All right.
To you, CEO.
Thank you, Chair. I just want to check if the presentation is beaming.
Yeah, CEO.
Thank you, Honorable Chair, and good morning again. I will try to be quick with this one because, as honorable members will notice, it will be almost like repeating what we were presenting when we presented the 2014 elections report last week. So this really builds up to that. And as honorable members had actually commented, not much had changed when it comes to the findings in the elections reports. Honorable members, I will also, the chair has actually made much of this introduction in terms of the relevant legislative frameworks that we are operationalizing as we do this work, both nationally and internationally, also regionally. So these slides that I'm jumping are basically just providing that background. In terms of the background on this particular work by the CGE, as honorable members and chair can see, 2011, 2014, and 2016 are the reports that we have published so far, which are on our website. And following this, as I presented last week, we did an informal assessment in 2018 to compare backwards and also a year following the elections of 2019 to see what the difference would be. And when I presented last week, one of the key findings was that in 2018, women's representation in different entities of government had actually improved compared to the 2014 elections. So we did this to see how it would compare a year later when we get into the 2019 elections. In short, the parties that were assessed are still the same, and these are the main parties in the country in terms of representation in the National Assembly. So we still have done the same parties in 2019. And perhaps to also highlight that 147 voting stations were observed, and this number is spread across geographic areas. So you have different residential forms like your informal settlements, suburbs, townships, remote villages, and so forth. So in terms of the participating voting stations, that is what it was. Still with the analysis of pre-elections party lists and manifestos. And I have skipped before this slide because this is pretty much repeating that to indicate that most of the major political parties did not adequately address issues of gender transformation in a coherent and systematic manner. And as usual, it's just the ANC is the party that is showing some effort, and also not only looking at numbers, but also looking at substantive issues in the economy, community safety, gender-based violence, healthcare, sexual harassment. So the ANC is sort of like does a gender mainstreaming analysis in terms of the party manifesto for the elections, so that doesn't look only on the numbers. But again, and I presented pretty much the same picture last week, that other political parties would be big on your obvious, so to speak, kind of gender issues like issues of safety, gender-based violence, sexual harassment, and domestic violence, for instance. And that for us as the CGE is problematic because we do not want to address problems at the surface. We want to go to the root causes, beyond the numbers. Hence, we keep presenting this to the committee so that we begin to interrogate this as a committee. And I know honorable members and chair did comment last week around how as committees, especially as women, how do we address this elephant in the room where the pattern when it comes to elections is pretty much the same. So this slide, honorable members, basically breaks down what I have just said into the parties, indicating now, including the gender, the sex differences, let me put it that way, and gender differences in this area. And in summary, we can still see that, as we saw last week, the picture is still that of men predominating generally. Here and there, you will find that women have increased and so forth, but generally men dominate. Even where there are more women, the pattern is that the higher up the leadership structure you go, the less women you begin to count. And this is similar across parties. Although, like I said, there are differences between the way parties address these issues in their party lists and manifestos, but there are those patriarchal values that are obvious in all the party lists and party manifestos. So I will skip the detail, Honorable Chair and Honorable Members, as these are the nuances of what I just talked about, but it includes numbers, so to speak. If I may go to the findings on election day, I have quickly indicated the number of polling stations, and obviously the CGE sends a number of observers from the CGE to go and observe these stations. We have a criteria which is informed by some of the variables come from the issues we evaluate in party lists, and also looking at the polling stations themselves, how conducive they are, whether there is any gender discrimination. And this is just a quick brief on the methodology. When we look at the findings on election day, this looking at personnel, not necessarily the electorate, but the personnel that was working. You can see there that, again, like the presentation from 2014, women form the majority of personnel in elections, in the exception of international observers. This is where you find more males than females. So the text is just actually also elaborating on the graph. In terms of the voting stations, 29% were opened late, and obviously some of the issues that were cited were the issues of stationery that have delayed the opening of the voting stations, and 71% of these opened on time. They were compared to 86 of voting stations, 86% that opened on time in 2014. So there was a bit of regression in terms of the efficiency, so to speak, of administrating the voting stations. And the IEC usually would give reasons that the affected operations of many voting stations were due to voters who went where they were not supposed to go for elections. It seems like this is the case pretty much in every election, because when we looked at the previous presentation, that is what we also observed. And generally, we did not observe any evidence of voters suffering any form of discrimination during the 2019 elections. And I think even previously that was the case. So one can say in that regard, things are improving, and they are constant. Not much is changing. Looking now at the post-election findings in terms of the results, in the National Assembly, there was a 5% increase in women's representation in the National Assembly with a 45% in 2019 compared to 40 in 2024. And just to quickly remind Honorable Chair and members and commissioners that remember in 2018, things had improved from 2014. But when we went to 2019, things looks like they improved further overall. But when we go down the slides, we will see that there were a bit of that fluctuation that we have talked about last week. And the middle paragraph there is just talking about comparing from 1994, how we moved in terms of women's representation in the National Assembly. And the numbers there, the percentages there speak to that fluctuation that we discussed last week. Suffice to say, despite the small dip in 2024 elections, there has been a steady rise in representation, an overall 12% increase in female members of the National Assembly. If you look at all the previous elections, as we can see, the fluctuation that we're talking about. But I think what is relevant right now is that in 2019, as indicated, the representation of women improved in terms of the National Assembly. And again, nothing new. Of all the parties that were assessed, the ANC has ranked the highest in terms of not only in terms of the detailed analysis of gender issues, but also in terms of the numbers, still striving for the 50-50, still practicing it and so forth. So that has been one of the constant findings that we have in these observations. And the EFF is one of those parties that have been really been coming behind of the ANC. And what is interesting is that, the EFF, in their manifestos and party list, you don't really see the kind of detail that you would see in the ANC's manifestos. But when it comes to actual practice, they actually do. The results show that the women's representation improves. If you look at ANC with 50% and the so is admirable, but sometimes when things are not written down, it's hard to assess and prove. Only the CGE study can reveal that, but in many other documents, you would not know what the EFF, how the EFF is achieving what it is achieving. But what remains is that they do promote women. We can see the women's representation from the ANC, 2014, 49%, for instance, whereas in 2019, 51%. So you see it's almost constant when you break it in terms of parties between the two major elections that took place. But I think attention needs to be given to numbers that are going down, because what we are striving for is for numbers to go up and try to mitigate the fluctuation as it was indicated last week. Honorable members. Yes, ma'am.
The graph that you were showing now, you are showing the graph for National Assembly. Is this the graph for National Assembly representation of women?
Yes, per party.
Per party.
So,
you know, I'm looking at your IFP here.
Yes.
When I look at your IFP, IFP has got less women and more males. Out of 10 seats that they have, I think they have 3 women.
Currently, which makes sense because it says here in 2019 they have 21% women's representation. So it's perhaps that out of 3 out of 10.
6 males and 3 women.
Yes, yes, ma'am.
Chair.
Yes, Honorable Natasha.
Also that to ACDP, I don't understand that figures there to ACDP. Maybe perhaps if they can elaborate.
Shall I go, Honorable Chair?
Maybe we need to explain to us, CEO, Yabo, when you say 20% and 21%, and Mina Nibala, it's out of 10 seats, they have 3 women and 6 men. And Honorable Natasha is also querying ACDP. ACDP, they're all males, they've got 1 woman, if I'm not mistaken.
Yes, there's 1 woman, yes.
And I think even the last term, they had 1 woman.
That's correct. That's correct.
Yeah. And so we want to understand your graph here.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Honorable Chair and honorable members, my interpretation of this graph, when let's say ACDP, in 2014, they had 25% representation of women. In 2019, they increased to 33%. And I think this is informed by the numbers just after the elections, because once the IEC has released the results, that's where we go and do the analysis and get the last report. So I am not sure if between 2019 and currently, as in today, things have moved. And I am saying this because if we look at the last week's presentation, we were, in 2018, we were doing an informal assessment to see how different things would be in 2019 and how different they were to what it was in 2014. We saw that in 2018, things had improved from 2014. But when we come to the 2019 elections, we see that some things have improved, some have gone back. So if you go by party, and when you go overall, the numbers have begun to change. So what is in this graph is what the CGE analyzed in 2019, soon after the results were presented by the IEC. I don't know if it helps, Honorable Chair, honorable members.
Chair?
No, we don't understand it. You know why? It's because ACDP has not changed. They still have the same 1 woman and 3 males, if I'm not mistaken. Natasha, how many? Is it 3 or 2? They still have the same.
It's 2 males. But if I can understand what the CEO is saying, they take the list directly from IEC lists. They don't take what we are currently having in the House as a research chair. So that is why it makes it a bit problematic. Then it's not the accurate figures. Because then it's not a true reflection what is actually happening now as members of parliament as we are having on the House. But it was parties was submitting to IEC.
Yeah. You see where we are getting confused, CEO?
Yes, ma'am.
Because Tina, we're looking at it practically.
Yes.
That according to the seats that are allocated to each party, you know, that's why even the IFP one I was asking, because when you look at how many seats do they have in the House currently, it's different from what we're seeing in your graph.
Yes.
Because how do we say they have increased when they haven't increased? Instead, they still have the same, one woman and 2 or 3 men. I'm talking about ACDP. And coming to IFP, last term, 2014, they were having 2 women. It was Mam Sbongile and Lizelle. There were 2 honorable members, 2 females out of Natasha. I think they were having 8, if I'm not mistaken. But this term, they have 3 women, Mam Shlengwa, Uzandile, Ulizelle, it's 3, and 6 males. So that's why when we look at we're trying to read your graph.
Yes.
Mighty increase the Tina Sipega, what is there practically? So we don't know where the IEC show holistically, in the whole, we don't know which one so that it can also make sense to us.
Yes. Honorable Chair, if I may perhaps respond, but I think Honorable Natasha has sort of like explained it, that when we get the results from the IEC, that's what we work with. And perhaps when now seats are allocated in Parliament, maybe certain parties juggle around issues. And I have, Honorable Chair, if I may make an example, when I worked for the legislature, we have seen a similar kind of thing. When the election results came out, you had these numbers. And now when the House sits, the provincial legislature had, you know, the numbers were reshuffled and the number was no longer the same. I'm just making one of those few examples that for me explains the differences. But then I think what is key for the CGE, and we must take the recommendation that when after we've analyzed the IEC information, maybe a couple of months or year or in between, in the interim, we need to observe what is the reality in the National Assembly as compared to the results of the IEC, because that's what is happening in this slide.
Yeah. I think that in that way we will agree with you.
Thanks, ma'am.
Yeah.
May I continue?
Yes. See you.
Yeah. As I was explaining earlier, and I'm just trying to be quick because some of these slides are just providing detail to interpret some of the graphs that I would have passed on. So I have actually presented this slide in terms of the ANC and the EFF, how the findings in terms of their party lists and their election manifestos. The NCOP had 41 women in 2004, but the bigger picture here, honorable members, if I may go to the next graph, just to show it graphically, how the NCOP has performed when it comes to women's representation. When we look from 2004, we can see, we can see how representation really dropped from a very promising number of 41% to 21%. And honorable members did say last week, this was the same picture in 2014 when I presented that the results had dropped to 28 in terms of women's representations. In terms of national cabinet, again, we're comparing here from 2004 to 2019. And I think suffice to indicate what I was saying earlier, that 2018, when we looked at the numbers, it looked like, you know, things had improved. But then when we went to 2019, something, you know, like the deputy ministers remained constant. But when you look at other years, the fluctuations that we discussed still reflects. The president positions, again, it has been the same since democracy. In South Africa, we haven't warmed up to a female president. Hopefully we are getting there. But you do have the effort of government in general in terms of pushing women's representation in cabinet. So the post-2019 election cabinet reached a gender parity between male and female ministers when the president ensured that for the first time, an equal number of males and females was appointed to cabinet. So this is encouraging, but then again, I think as the Commission for Gender Equality, we want to go beyond numbers. And this thing of when you go, the higher you go, the less women you find. We need to work with that and try to bring some qualitative representation than just the numbers alone. Again, we're talking about the fluctuation in terms of ministers and deputy ministers. This is just another graphical way of demonstrating the fluctuation that I just spoke about. And when you look at comparing the elections since 2004, you see that gender parity between male and female deputy ministers was reached after the 2004 elections. However, the figure for women have fluctuated between 39% and 47%. All the way to 44% in 2019. So, Honorable Chair and members, you know, this will sounds repetitive, and what it is saying to us as the CGE, and also as we report to the Portfolio Committee, is that you find a very shaky commitment in terms of maintaining the gender parity or women's representation in different structures of government. Hence, last week we even talked about making it mandatory for all parties, because one of the things that makes these fluctuations to happen is that you have some parties making more effort and others not. So when you look at the overall picture, we go down, but when you break down per party, you begin to see what's happening. So basically, generally, the highest we've performed in terms of representation before 2019 was 2009. And then informally 2018, when we found 42% women's representations now in provincial legislatures. Honorable members, between 1994 and 2009, in legislatures, women's representations was characterized by some overall increase, if you like, from 24% to 41%. And this was followed by a 4% drop. And this is overall from 41% to 37. And again, it's that issue of why is this happening? Why the up and down? And there are many reasons, some justifiable, some not. But the key point here is getting the source. Where does it come from, and try to address that, the root cause of these fluctuations, one of which is that non-commitment from other parties, which is just one of many. Though this was a significant improvement, the 44.7% was a significant improvement of almost 8%. Clearly the largest number of women ever elected as public representatives in provincial legislatures. In terms of provincial cabinets, we're looking here now at the 2018 and 2019 gender parity. And as honorable members can see, in 2018, when we did the informal assessment, you can see where the number, that the numbers for females were low. And in 2019, when the actual elections happened, as indicated, things improved. My apologies, my cursor is jumping uncontrollably. So these are the improvements that we were talking about, but this just in provincial cabinets. You see those improvements for, apart from some provinces like the Western Cape, where the women's representation went down. As the slide now explains, the provinces where 50% was achieved, the Northern Cape, Gauteng, the Northern Cape had achieved exactly 50% male and female. Gauteng and the Western Cape had comprising less than 50%. And the point of official swearing, at the point of official swearing of the new elected public representatives, the Western Cape had 36%, which was the lowest according to our findings. Provincial premiers, as we can see, honorable members, looking at 2014, 2018, and 2019, at 22% female in 2014, went up to 44% in 2018, which was not an election year, but a comparison year, and it went all the way back down during the election year, back to where it was in 2014. This text, honorable members, thank you. There is sound coming through. This text, honorable members, just elaborate on the graph that I have just presented. Now we're looking at provincial speakers and other office bearers, broken down by different structures of the state, from the National Assembly, the two houses of parliament, and provincially. And this is categorized in terms of rank, from the speaker to the deputy speaker, chief whip, deputy chief whip, official opposition chief whip, chair of chairs, and deputy chair of chairs. So when we look at the gender statistics at the bottom, we can see you have areas like speakers where women predominate, you have areas like deputy speakers where the numbers are not too bad in terms of parity, but you can see males still dominate. Chief whip, you have males dominating. Deputy chief whip, you have women dominating, and so forth. It's pretty much like each category has either men or women dominating. And it will be interesting actually to have a qualitative study that looks into why this happens, because we know in patriarchal societies, there are certain roles that we say you can only be a deputy, you're not ready to be a chief whip yet. So those are some of the issues that we need to interrogate as we look at these statistics. Again, honorable members, the text here is elaborating on the table that I have just presented. For the sake of time, I can, and as I was saying, this explains what I was doing as I was explaining the table. Some of the key challenges and concluding observations that we have made as the CGE include that the significant advances represented by an increase in the overall number of women in the National Assembly, provincial legislatures have been made following the 2019 national and provincial elections. And we say these were advances because after 2018, we saw, although in some areas we saw regress, but generally there were improvements. We also conclude that many of the key advances made following the 2019 elections were not random occurrences, but symptomatic of widespread, systemic, and deliberate actions taken across various institutions to make these improvements. And I have indicated in one of the previous slides how the president has ensured that in cabinet there are equal numbers of males and females. Continuing with the key challenges and conclusions, the discussion and analysis of findings led us to conclude that in those areas of lack of progress, particularly the continued higher number of males compared to females elected as public representatives, is a reflection of failure by many political parties to adopt appropriate internal gender positive policies, which is what we had seen in the beginning of the presentation. The adoption and implementation of such policies and practice during elections and appointments to crucial leadership positions within political parties and institutions of government contribute greatly towards greater levels of gender equality or gender parity in government structures. So basically, what we are saying here is efforts need to be made pre-election, during elections, through our party lists and manifestos, and then when it comes to allocations of seats, we also need to see some efforts continuing in that sense. So it mustn't stop with the elections, and when we go further, we don't put those efforts as we did during the elections. Some of the recommendations that we are making are that firstly, other key role players in the gender sector should formally applaud and continue to encourage political parties and leadership of institutions such as the National Assembly, Cabinet, and provincial legislatures, where significant advances were made to advance gender equality and women's political representation and participation following the 2019 elections. And if honorable members remember, last week we said the same thing following the 2014 elections. In a sense, one would say there were a bit of improvements in 2019 compared to 2014, but I suppose this is a recommendation that will be standing until if we will ever reach a point where we don't have to campaign for equal human rights, because this equal representation is not about just representation, it's about men and women being allowed to exercise fully their human rights and their potential. So it goes beyond that. Hence, we will keep making this recommendation as the Commission for Gender Equality. Also, we felt that greater support and encouragement should be provided by civil society organizations, gender activists, and other key role players in the gender sector, not only during the elections. And I think this is basically summing what I was saying earlier, that this need to be an ongoing kind of situation. It's like the events like your 16 days, your Women's Day, we usually say is 365 days and so forth. So even in this kind of work, it can be an event that happens every 5 years. It needs to be work that takes place throughout for us to penetrate the systems, because much of what is happening here, there are systems barriers that prevents the participation of women in elections. Well, not, yeah, that prevents gender parity that is sustainable. Let me put it that way. Through the national gender machinery, we should lobby leadership of institutions of government, such as the two houses of parliament, legislatures, and provincial governments to adopt a formal gender equality target. And I think this is what we talked about last week, when we even went as far as talking about maybe proposing a bill that will compel parties to take this, gender equality seriously in terms of the representation of women in leadership posts in the government, especially. Fourthly, the CGE, together with other stakeholders, should lobby for amendment of the current electoral legislation. Honorable Chair and members, I think these recommendations really are pretty much what was recommended in the previous elections. And I think they are the same because the issues are the same. And until to the face of our leadership, say, and I'm honorable member, as not only as a portfolio committee, honorable members were saying, they were saying, as what are we going to do about this?
Thank you very much, CEO. Here's the report, honorable members. Any comment?
Chair.
Honorable Natasha.
Thank you very much, Chair, and thank you very much to CGE for the report. I just think the report needs more work in terms of the accuracy, in terms of the graphs, Chair. If you look even to the figures there, to the chief whips and so forth, some of the information are not accurate. So I think they have to make sure in terms of the numbers and things like that, that all of the figures are adding up to what is currently a true reflection. Because if you're going to work, I have a concern on if they're going to work on basis of what political parties have given into IAC versus what political parties have currently. And maybe perhaps they must make or do a study as to compare maybe perhaps what political parties do submit and what they currently have on the floor as representation of women in parliament, legislatures, and councils, and so forth. And then the other one was also just on the zebra approach, and how do the EFF handle the woman on the list. CEO, there's really a lot of documentation of the EFF that state on our work and how we envisage women empowerment and women participation within our structures, and it's really broad. It's there. I think the commission just needs to speak to the relevant people and to get this documentation, but it is readily available on our platforms. I think even on our website as the EFF, those documentations is there. I think that's just it, Honorable Chair. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Natasha. Honorable Masondo.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, CGE, about your analysis in this context of the elections of 2019 or 2014. I don't have much to say, Chairperson, but I just want to say I will note the report, and as ANC, I'm still happy the way we are improving, because it shows that we are improving, because all sectors are covered, like women with disabilities, youth, and the representation is just good. I just wanted to say that, Chairperson, I'm pleased the way we are coming as our organization.
Okay, thank you very much, Honorable Masondo. Honorable Masiko.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson. I think I must declare, Chairperson, that my comments will be in line with those that I had made last week on the report that we had received on the previous elections. That the responsibility, Chairperson, still lies with the individual political parties. And that's where accountability must be coming from. The end product of the seats, Chairperson, begins and ends with what the political parties put forward. So we should applaud, Chairperson, those political parties that have put as a deliberate attempt and not left it to chance women representation, Chairperson, because for me, in order for us to ensure that we do get equal gender representation, there should be a deliberate attempt by the political parties to say that women must be fully represented in our lists and not leave it to chance, Chairperson, and say that may the best man win. We won't be able to achieve it. So accountability should begin and end with the political parties, Chairperson. It's very important. And I'm in support with one of the key recommendations that says that we should formally applaud if there's work that is being done that is giving us, an improvement in terms of the leadership of institutions in the National Assembly, as well as the National Cabinet, as well as the provincial legislatures. We should applaud it, Chairperson. We understand that the African National Congress has made a deliberate attempt, and we hope that other political parties will come on board, Chairperson. I'm not saying it simply because I'm coming from the African National Congress, but as a member of this committee, we have a responsibility collectively, and we have an individual responsibility to advocate in our political parties for women representation in Parliament. We must note with concern the regress, Chairperson, in terms of the representation of premiers at a provincial level. We know that in the previous elections, the numbers show that we had a greater percentage. We have regressed in 2019, where we are only seeing 2 female premiers. We should note that with concern. Lastly, Chairperson, I support the key recommendation that speaks to the issue of encouraging civil society organization and gender activists and key role players in the gender sector of South Africa to hold political parties to account, not only during the period of elections, but those should be ongoing engagements, so that when the time comes for political parties to put forward their representatives, civil society organizations have engaged them. But it also then begs the question on whether CGE has engaged this report with the civil society organizations, as well as the key role players or gender activists in the journey towards gender equality and gender transformation, because we have identified them. If political parties are failing to do it, then civil society must hold them to account, because it's civil society who votes for political parties that refuse to put women forward. So civil society organizations must hold political parties accountable for women or their failure to put forward women, especially, Chairperson, because women have shown to be the bigger or larger percentage of voters when it comes to the voters who vote these political parties in. So on behalf of a society, civil society organizations must hold the political parties who refuse to transform and put forward the names of women in their party political lists. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you very much, Honorable Masigo. Honorable Mpiti.
Thank you very much, Chair, and thank you to the CGE for the presentation. Yeah, I think, Chair, the first thing I would like to say is that I think, particularly when it comes to women and young people, there should always be, an intentional push to have these young people and women in politics. And I think we should never shy away from that push in any form, in any way that it comes from. And I think, one of my challenges has always been in these type of conversations, particularly with young people, because that's the sector I find myself in, is that we never just want young people for the sake of wanting young people. Because we don't want to risk ourselves of becoming tokens or becoming, something that people say, at least we have one young person on the table, but we want competent leaders, competent young people who are ready to take up the mantle of leadership and take our country forward. And I think the same thing resonates for me in this presentation when it comes to the level of women participation, that all parties need to really look deeply within their organizations and structures to ensure that we are indeed promoting the best, promoting the capable, with the idea of making sure that we really challenge the gender imbalances that currently exist within political parties and that currently exists within government right now as it stands. And so, yes, we have not won this war of having gender equality within our governments and having gender equality within the National Assembly and Parliament and the NCOP. But I do think this report does put, with the exceptions of the areas that do exist with the graphs, does put the task directly to the doorstep of political parties to really push forward. And I think what's important for me, Chair, is that whatever tool each political party decides to use, whether it may be a quota system or, like us in the DA, which is not a quota system, we believe in the idea of diversity, and diversity that is not represented through a quota system. Whatever tool is used in the different political parties,
I believe that those tools really need to be exercised to ensure that we get, a favorable outcomes, particularly in party processes or in leadership positions, that those outcomes speak to gender equality and ensure that we are not just only promoting men or putting men into position because of systematic patriarchal norms that exist, but that we are challenging those issues, whatever tools it may be, to make sure that we don't have the same culture that has existed in South African politics and institutions for such a very long time. So, in terms of the recommendations, I personally, in terms of, I just want to go to I think it's the second last recommendation. I would not support the second last recommendation in terms of the Independent Electoral Commission on the basis that our our political philosophy in the DA is not based on a quota system, and we do not support a quota system. And so on that basis, that particular recommendation I would not support. But in terms of the other recommendations that are put forward, the engagement of stakeholders and civil society, I think that's very important, because one of the things that the report does not mention is that for the Democratic Alliance in our party list, it's open to everybody. Whether you're in civil society, NGO sector, whether you've never had a history of politics before, you can come into our party list and represent a particular community. So I think that aspect is hugely and fundamentally important to organizations that maybe do not have the ability to engage people who don't necessarily haven't served as members of our political parties for years on years, but want and have an interest to really build South Africa. I think that aspect is fundamentally important to be able to have. I support the first three recommendations, because I think they're fundamentally important. And for me, Chair, in any way, shape, and form that we can be able to open up those spaces, whether it's in this committee, whether it's in wherever we are as men, we should be able to do that, so that we do, because representation for me is not only about serving in a position, it's about also the spaces that are being opened up for someone to give their view and their idea, and in changing those ideas of being able to express oneself in a particular space, those things are very much important. But I think in an overall view, I think there's a lot of work to be done. There's a lot of work to be done by the DA to make sure that we really get more women into these positions as much as possible, competent leaders who are ready to take our country forward. And I think whatever tool we may use, or whatever tool any other political party uses, we need to make sure that it's aggressive, and that we really get the best of our country and the best of our leaders, whether young, whether women, whatever it may be, to really go to the forefront. I am not happy with the level of youth representation. I'm not happy with the level of women representation in our country. And I think all of us have a responsibility to really play that part in making sure that we get our organizations to where they need to be. But as was presented, and I think the point was very salient to me, that we must appreciate organizations or political parties that have been able to increase their representation, whether it may be in the National Assembly, in the NCOP, or in various government structures, increase the number of women that are participating within those particular structures. And I think that is something to be applauded as well, because we want to see progress. We want to see an increase and an advocacy, not only from women for women, but from men for women, to really occupy these spaces. So I really applaud the organizations that have been able to increase representation, particularly amongst women in these particular structures of government and the legislature. And more must definitely be done. That would be my comments, Chair. But nonetheless, I think the report is important, and I will make sure that this report is sent back to my own structures so that we can also analyze it as well. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, honorable members. Thank you very much, CEO and chairperson of the CGE. Let's get the next report. Maybe CEO.
Yes, ma'am.
Maybe let's give Human Rights Commission a chance to present, and then your other report will be presented in the day that we'll set aside. Because I'm looking at time now. It's 11:48 and the meeting is supposed to adjourn at 1.
Noted, Honorable Chair.
Yeah. Neliswa, I'm not sure whether the Human Rights Commission is here.
I will have to check with the office because they're supposed to start at 12. I will check if they are still here, Chair. Thanks.
I'm sure CGE, you are working on the bill that we have proposed in terms of gender parity, so that it must be government policy. I think what Honorable Mpiti have said, we have noted, but if it's government policy, at least all political parties will have to implement the policy as is. So, but for now, it's not an obligation to individual parties. So they have their own beliefs and principles and their constitution also. So that's why we can't hold them accountable. But if you can start working on that bill, at least we can push it and give you our support as the portfolio committee on especially representing the interest of women, youth, and persons with disabilities. I'm not sure whether I've missed out on the disability representation in your report. Whether it was captured, maybe I missed something.
Honorable Chair, in the slides, those variables were not captured, but I have made notes as honorable members were talking in terms of how we improve our presentations and work going forward, including getting current information before we make presentations about previous elections so that the numbers tally. So these are some of the lessons that we will incorporate as we go. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, thank you very much, CEO. Nelly, I think Human Rights Commission was supposed to have logged in because at 12, they were supposed to be starting to present, not to start logging in.
Yes, Chair, I'm still waiting. I'm trying to contact office. They're not responding. I'm not sure. But I saw two, I think they're from the human rights, it's Advocate Fatima Chauhan, and I think it's Advocate Malachi. They are here, Chairperson.
Can you see them? Advocate, may you please open your video, your camera? Advocate Malach, are you the only one? I heard that I need to say something. You said Fatima Cohen. Nelly.
Yes, Chair. Her video is on.
Fatima Cohen, the former deputy minister. Oh, it's another one.
Tulu.
Your advocate, you can't see you. Oh, yeah. May you please unmute the mic of Miss Fatima Cohen?
Or can you see me now? Can you hear me?
I can hear you now, but the mic for Miss Cohen is muted. Are you the only two commissioners who are here?
Yes, there's going to be Commissioner Chohen and myself, and then we're having one official who's also going to present. We're three.
Oh, okay. You are welcome.
Thank you very much.
And our former Deputy Minister, Commissioner Fatima Cohen. I was once deployed with her in road report.
I hope you can hear me now.
We had to fight for one in place of safety or what, Fatima, where they wanted to close a home for the offense. They wanted to close it by the Department of Social, the Provincial Department of Social Development. And me and her, we fought for it, that they can't close it, those officials from the Department of Social Development. And you know what was said that day, whilst we were still fighting, me and her, with those officials who came to close that home, the kids arrived from school and they were so happy, and not knowing that, in fact, that they were not going to have a place to sleep. And all of us were crying that day. So with those few words, I want to welcome you, Ms. Cohen and Advocate Malachi, and maybe we need to also know your staff members that are here. How many are they?
Chairperson, I'm wondering if you can hear me.
Yes, I can hear you.
Oh, thank you so much. I wasn't sure. Thank you so much for that welcome, Chair. And it's an honor to be presenting here today before your committee as the Human Rights Commission. I have recently been appointed as the Deputy Chair. Let me begin by just apologizing for the chairperson, Professor Majola. He has got an electricity problem where he stays. And unfortunately, his computer battery did not hold out until this time. So he's asked me at the last minute to just leave the delegation, consisting of Commissioner Malachi, who you've already engaged with, who is the focal area chairperson of the Disability Rights Unit. And Commissioner Malachi will speak directly after me. We also have with us Osman Ngomezulu, who is the provincial manager for the Northwest Province, who is intimately knowledgeable about the investigation that we conducted in that province. And so he will also be presenting. We do not have a very long presentation, but I'm not sure if the presentation is with the secretary of the committee, in which case it could be flighted. And with your permission, Chair, we can proceed directly into that presentation to assist with time management.
Okay. Nelisa, can you flight the presentation for Ms. Fatima, Commissioner Fatima?
Will you check? Give me a minute.
Okay.
I could, while that is being done, Chair, just begin by way of an introduction to save us some time, with your permission.
Okay.
Thank you. Chairperson, the South African Human Rights Commission, as you may know, is a state institution established by Chapter 9 of the Constitution to strengthen constitutional democracy. We are mandated to promote respect for, promote the protection of, and to monitor and assess the observance of rights in our Bill of Rights within our country. In terms of section 184(2) of our Act, we are empowered to investigate and to report on the observance of human rights, to take steps to secure appropriate redress where human rights have been violated. We are also mandated to carry out research and to educate. So our legal framework really relates to the legislation which which establishes us. We also manage the Promotion of Equality and Prevention of Unfair Discrimination Act. We have a role to play in terms of the Access to Information Act. We also have a role to play in terms of the Promotion of Access to Justice Act. It is within this context, Chairperson and honorable members, that we make this presentation to you today, and we stand ready to take whatever questions you may have afterwards. I would want to, I think at this stage, just invite Commissioner Malachi, who, as I indicated, is the focal area chairperson for our disability rights focus in the Commission, to take you through the presentation. Thank you very much, Chairperson and honorable members.
Okay, over to you, Advocate.
Thank you very much, Chair. Let me start with the background and purpose of the report. The South African Human Rights Commission has been concerned about conditions in special needs schools in the province in the Northwest Province over a period of time. The condition led to widely publicized deaths of learners in the province, commencing in the 2010. During the 2015, the Commission conducted an investigation of its own accord into the deaths of learners at the Christiana School for the deaf. Thereafter, based on site inspection by the Commission and research indicating that over 500,000 learners with disabilities had no or limited access to education in South Africa, the Commission determined that a wider probe was necessary. Hearing informing the report presented today was convened against this background. The hearing was convened to hear evidence from a number of respondents who provided both oral evidence on oath together with written evidence to the Commission. The Commission launched its report on 8 August 2019 at the Northwest School for the Deaf, Northwest Province. The purpose of the hearing was to probe and address the challenge of the lack of safety and security measures in schools for learners with disabilities in the Northwest Province against the rights to education, protections against discrimination, and right to safety and security. Among others, reports of poor infrastructure as well as bullying and or neglect at hands of other learners or educators had been received by the Commission. These against a background of recurring incidents of learners with disabilities dying from fires and other disasters, while at schools, making it urgent for the Commission to intervene. The report sought to recommend measures to be taken by both the Northwest Department of Basic Education as well as the National Department of Education to ensure that learners at schools for learners with disabilities are not compelled to learn and live under conditions that are hazardous and life-threatening. It sought further to ensure that such learners are provided with assistive devices so as to reduce or even remove barriers to them accessing a basic education. All children have a right to access education. An inclusive education system should ensure that all learners are fully accommodated by schools and that all learners have equal access to a quality education. Now, after hearing all the evidence, the panel that was hearing this issue came to the following findings, factual findings. The current state of much special school infrastructure, particularly hostels in the Northwest Province, poses a direct and imminent threat to the health and safety of learners with disabilities. Many children with disabilities are not safe in special schools hostels. The inspection of Utlwanum Primary School for the Deaf conducted by the Commission prior to the formal opening of this hearing revealed distressing, dangerous, and poor conditions, and the submissions suggest that similar conditions obtained at other special schools in the Northwest Province. Previous incidents resulting in the deaths of children with disabilities in special schools, hostels in the Northwest Province evidence a general awareness of the unsafe conditions and the need to upgrade infrastructure and install appropriate assistive emergency devices and equipment. The current applicable legal framework is achieved, is characterized by an over reliance on non-binding guidelines or policies, many of which include a budgetary qualification and or require only progressive compliance, which is inappropriate in the context of imminent harm and an immediately realizable right to education. Special school hostels should be regarded as school infrastructure for the purposes of the infrastructure norms and standards. Nevertheless, these infrastructure norms and standards are nuanced are not nuanced enough to ensure the safety and security of learners with disabilities in residential special schools in the Northwest Province. No safety norms, standards are in place to establish the minimum qualifications and experiences of special school hostel and support staff, nor is there adequate staff development in place. Provincial and district departments, officials, and the school governing bodies are not held accountable for failing to ensure safety compliance in special schools. There is inadequate monitoring of special schools in the Northwest Province. Another finding, schools lack the funds to implement the necessary infrastructure adaptations, and they are often overwhelmed and under-resourced, and safety measures are therefore neglected. There is inadequate provision in our policy framework relating to post-provisioning of special schools and residential special schools in particular. In these circumstances, this is a need for round-the-clock supervision of learners with higher level of support need. This would require staff to have a higher level of training and specialization. There are no norms and standards which relate to post-provisioning of special schools hostel staff. The submissions demonstrate that the provincial department is capable of establishing special schools with compliant infrastructure and equipment to alert children with disabilities to emergencies. It is, however, disturbing that this only followed an incident in which learners died. It should not be only in reaction to fatal accident that funds allocated in annual budget are utilized for the purpose for which they were budgeted for. This suggests that due to a lack of political will, insufficient effort is being made to better the conditions at the special schools. Now, after these findings, the following recommendations were made. These recommendations were divided into recommendations made to the National Department of Basic Education and the Northwest Provincial Department of Basic Education. Now, recommendations to the Department of Basic Education. The department must do the following. 1, ensure accessible entrance and exit routes for emergency personnel and vehicles to access all special schools. Next, provision of basic fire extinguishing equipment, including water tanks, to special schools. The necessary training to the staff and other officials at special schools in fire prevention to use the fire extinguishing equipment, initiate emergency evacuations, and to protect their students in the event of fire and other emergencies. The department should further ensure the implementation of quarterly mock emergency drills at these schools. And the dates and details of such drills must be recorded by the school principals. Further, the department must ensure that it prioritizes the filling of outstanding empty posts to avoid overworking current staff at special schools in the Northwest Province. It must further sensitize the districts to the unique needs of special schools and insist on rigorous and routine monitoring and oversight. Further, the department should ensure that any persons who have frequent contact with the learners with disabilities residing in residential hostels in special schools, including medical staff, security guards, and drivers, are checked against the registers in the Children's Act and the Sexual Offences Act as required by law. This includes all current staff members and not merely incoming staff members. Evidence of compliance should be provided to the South African Human Rights Commission. The Department of Basic Education must conduct a thorough health and
Okay, how are you? Would you like a magazine?
No.
All hand luggage piece in the overhead compartment. Today, welcome. Thank you. Would you like a magazine?
I don't know. Can you still hear me? Chair? Chair?
I don't know who's disturbing you.
I don't know. Somebody must have unmuted. Let me
Melissa, can you check whose mic is not muted, please?
Your receiver.
Lobata, please mute your mic.
The Department of Basic Education must conduct a thorough health and safety audit of all special needs schools across the country to ensure that all health and safety policies are in order and being implemented. This is urgently required to avoid injuries and the loss of life in the event of emergency at one or more of the schools. Now follows the recommendations that were made to the Northwest Department of Basic Education. First, the Provincial Department of Education must submit evidence demonstrating the establishment and activity of the school safety forums it has established and indicate how it oversees the activities of such forums. The provincial department must further minimize the risks attached to children traveling long distances to special schools on their own by aligning provincial learner transport policies with the NLTP, which states that when identified beneficiaries of subsidized learner transport services, priority must be given to learner with disabilities, taking into consideration the nature of the disability by either amending current policies, publishing guidelines for the full operation of the NLTP, or promulgating new policies specifically designed to address these issues. Furthermore, the Provincial Department of Education in the Northwest must indicate when the installation of CCTV cameras in all special schools will be complete, and send the South African Human Rights Commission a memorandum indicating the extent of coverage of these cameras in each school. Now, Chair and honorable members, we are aware as a commission and through the investigation that we've made in other provinces that these deficiencies do not happen only in Northwest, but also in other provinces at special schools for children with disabilities. So we also made the following broad, the Human Rights Commission also made the following broad recommendations that applies to all the provinces where there are special schools for children with disabilities. Now, given the large number of challenges facing special needs schools and the fact that each province works differently in managing these schools, the Commission recommended a meeting with the National Department of Basic Education with the agenda items to include the following. 1, policy drafting and ways in which the Department of Education can ensure that adequate and ongoing support is provided to schools for learners with special needs. That national policies to ensure the standardization of specific policies such as inter alia, codes of conduct, sexual harassment and assault, health and safety, and post-provisioning, vacancy rates, and the lack of essential staff in schools for learners with special needs. National audit of the state of all schools for learners with special needs. Quality assurance, specifically monitoring and evaluation by district or provincial office. Funding allocation for poorer and outlying schools. A specific examination into cases of abuse at these schools and hostels, and the development of a streamlined process to deal with perpetrators. Now, Chair and honorable members, after this report was compiled, recommendations made, and findings made, then we requested the provincial manager of our office of the human rights in the Northwest to conduct some monitoring evaluations of whether these recommendations are being complied with. And so I'll hand now over to Mr. Ngomezulu, who is our provincial manager, to continue with the outcomes of the monitoring. Mr. Ngomezulu.
Thank you so much, Commissioner Malachi. Good afternoon, honorable members and our Deputy Chairperson and Commissioner Malachi and our Chief Operations Officer, Ms. Chantal Kisun, who has joined us today. With your permission and request, Commissioner Malachi, I will cover the aspect of the presentation that deals with the outcome. In the request from Parliament, from the Portfolio Committee, it was entitled Progress to Date. We'll start by confirming that during the launch of the report, the HOD of the Department of Education in the province, Ms. Semaswe, welcomed the report and received it and affirmed publicly that the department is committed to implementing the recommendations contained in the report. And we have also taken further steps, including physical monitoring and desktop, where we contact schools. We compiled a checklist of the recommendations that were made and compiled a questionnaire from that to check, has this been done, has this been done? We've also done that in addition to the physical monitoring. The monitoring exercises indicated that the reporting obligations imposed on the national department and the provincial department were not complied with. Commissioner Malachi has taken the members through the number of recommendations that were made, where audits had to be conducted and measures had to be introduced in order to improve the situation in the special schools and to curb the recurring incidents resulting at times in the death of the learners. The reports and audits were so important that they provided the departments an opportunity to undertake a wholesale review of the system and the infrastructure in order to see what is available and what needs to be done. And in the report, members, there's a presentation by Ms. Semaswe, the head of department in the Department of Education, Northwest Province, where in her submissions, she was making undertakings of the department, including the audits and the work that the department had committed to undertake. So it shows that the recommendations, again, were informed by an in-depth investigation, together with factoring in what the department had seen as challenges and the possible solutions, including those that are outlined in the presentation by the HOD. These had not been provided to the Commission, both at national and provincial level. I will not read the entire list because Commissioner Malachi has taken us through the recommendations, but I will just demonstrate that these reports included information on steps taken towards achieving inclusive education, the issues of budget, allocation of budget for inclusive education in special schools, implementation of norms and standards in special schools, and annual review of the school infrastructure. The next slide, 18, still talks about the reports, the recommendations that were saying that departments must submit reports to the Commission on these issues. I've mentioned the issue of audits, level of compliance with the previous investigations, because Commissioner has already indicated that this was not the first investigation. We had done the one involving the Northwest School for the Deaf, where 3 learners tragically died in the fire. And so the audits as mentioned, and also the action plan to address the issues identified in the audits. So more homework had to be done by the departments. I'll skip the parts because they are really the repetition of what Commissioner Malachi has already indicated in his presentation of the recommendations. It's also that the copies of the safety and security measures in special schools. So a lot of information had to be provided to the Commission by the departments. The monitoring that we undertook on 7 February, there was an incident at Christiana School for the Blind where a child had died, but we were told, and it was confirmed by authorities, that through natural causes, not through an accident. But through that visit, I was accompanied by, or I accompanied Commissioner Malachi, and we undertook an investigation and an inspection where we established as follows that there was the issues that had been identified, such as staffing and infrastructure, where still remained a challenge. Principal and the senior management team provided us information, including documentary evidence showing that the department had not applied adequately trained educators and hostel staff. So there was a shortage of staff. There was also inadequate access to healthcare services, where they had they needed occupational therapists, physiotherapists, and social workers and other specialists, the therapists. And the principal made us realize that the learners that they have under their care have varying disabilities and requiring access to healthcare services and varying access to varying services in the healthcare system that were inadequately provided in the school. And in that school, we also know that there is an ongoing challenge which we are still investigating, relating to the employment conditions of the nurse employed at the school. So there's still a shortage, and also the school infrastructure did not meet the all legislative norms and standards. And we were given a copy of a document that had been submitted to the District Department of Education outlining the needs of the school. And it had been acknowledged, but those were still not provided. They included building extra classrooms, because at that time, even the boys' workshop had been used as an extra class. The needs continue. I've mentioned the issue of therapists, where we were told that the therapist only visits the school once in 2 months. There's a need for auxiliary healthcare workers. Infrastructure needs to be upgraded, and classrooms are overcrowded. And during the launch, months later, we went to the Northwest School for the Deaf, where we were launching the report, but we also made it, took that opportunity to engage with the department and to conduct a site inspection. We had established there that the school had been renovated and redesigned to make it more compliant with legislation. It was a new building. It is also it's such a welcomed improvement, despite the fact that it only occurred after learners had died tragically. The renovations were noted to be in line with the norms and standards, as I had said. Even the school management was very proud to take us on a tour to show us all the improvements that had been introduced. We also undertook other monitoring, and we engage in various ways to monitor. It's physical, it could be sending a questionnaire, completing a tool. So we employed the different monitoring tools that were available at our disposal. And we've engaged with the leadership of the schools that are mentioned here: Kutlanong, Bopilong, Kutlanong School for the Deaf, Bopilong Special School, Sebitwane Special School, Lillian Lihetla Special School, Mukwena Special School, and Rio Lebuche, a special school. I'm sorry for that. And we received information that was painting an inconsistent picture, because one school would have access to safety measures, and other schools will have an inadequate access. So we outlined broadly what we found, that the issues of entrance and exits had been dealt with. All schools informed us that they had emergency exit routes, and there was basic fire extinguishing equipment, and the fire and security equipment, like I've said, and there were some staff members. Most of the time they would reflect on maybe 2017 being the last year that they were taken on training for either first aid or fire prevention. But as this has not been done recently, and in particular after the report, based on our observations, we're told that COVID could also be a factor in that. It would require further probing by ourselves. Most of the schools, based on our observations, most of the special schools still experience the following challenges: inadequate first aid training, because whilst in school they'll be able to tell us educator so and so received that training in this year, maybe 2017, but it was not many people who had received training, and also the dates were not as recent. There's shortage of educators, class assistants, hostel staff, therapists, nurses, and all therapeutic personnel. That still remains a challenge. Emergency lighting, which was one of the recommendations. Annual seminars with the SAPS. There were 2 schools, I think in the Dr. Ruth Sympathetic district, that had informed us that they had a good relationship with the municipality, and they had done some fire drills in the school, but it was not cutting across all the schools. And also, as I've stated in my opening, the department had not told us what steps it is taking to ensure that this is happening in all schools. And there was also no certainty about the checking of personnel in contact with learners with disabilities against the register. We're told that it happens for teachers, but when we asked about security personnel and assistants, there was no clarity as to that, whether that's happening. An undertaking was made that they would follow up and come back to us. It is a matter that we will need to probe further as the Commission, because it's one of the recommendations. And at Kutranong, it's one of the schools that had challenges even during the investigation. They've indicated that they have some relationship with the mining house Impala, which has provided assistance to them, and they have challenges with the bills, municipal bills, and they are getting water from the mine. And again, access to basic services in the schools is one of the areas that was covered in the investigation and recommendations. And as I conclude broadly, the reporting obligations, based on our observations, the reporting obligations were not complied with. There's still shortage of staff. There's shortage of access to adequate healthcare services in the schools. And there's also infrastructure challenges, except for the North School for the Deaf, which was recently renovated. And the other issue that needs further checking, the one that relates to people being checked against the registers in the Children's Act, in the Sexual Offences Act. And also members to just affirm that this is work in progress. We are continuing to monitor special schools and mainstream schools throughout the province, and all the other areas requiring monitoring places of care where that are housing persons with disabilities, older persons, all the areas that require monitoring by the Human Rights Commission. We continue to do that. And thank you so much for the opportunity.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mgomezulu. I think let me start. Thank you for the presentation, Deputy Chair, on behalf of the Commission for Human Rights and the presentation. We welcome all the presentations that you presented before us today. But you know, I don't get a sense from you, Mr. Mgomezulu. I don't get a sense of whether we are serious about making departments or individuals accountable for whatever has happened in that school. 2, why are provincial and district department officials not held accountable for failing to ensure safety and compliance in special schools? What is the role of the Department of Women and Persons with Disability in implementing some of the recommendations made, especially because a Department of Women has a division that deals with persons with disability? Have you engaged with the Department of Basic Education and the Portfolio Committee on Basic Education, the Select Committee on Basic Education in the NCOP, because it's part of their competence? Issues of provinces is part of their competence in ensuring that they do oversight and things your recommendations are being implemented by the respective departments. 3, what is the role of police in terms of ensuring the safety of children at special schools? I see that you have noted a lack of funding at special schools in your report, but does a Human Rights Commission have a recommendation in this regard? Perhaps maybe about cost analysis. Have you made any cost analysis? According to, I see here in your report, the investigation was done in 2015. You see now it's 2022. Our interest as a portfolio committee is that what is happening in other provinces. Regarding special schools, what is happening? The other one is just a comment. How useful are cameras at schools if there is no internet connection or electricity, especially in rural areas? The investigative hearing revealed that residential hostels in special schools in the Northwest Province are overwhelmingly unsafe structures that pose a danger to learners with disabilities. What is the status of these schools to date? I think my last one will be, we know for the fact that there are disabled organizations, and there's another organization that is also responsible for children, that represents children with disability. I think that organization is in, if I'm not mistaken, Kashifa, I'm not sure whether it's in Cape Town or is in Gauteng, but there is an organization that represents the parents of children with disability. Have you engaged with that organization? Because, you know, after doing this investigation, you need to take all stakeholders on board and see how do you deal with issues of disability holistically, because reports have shown us that it's like disabled persons and not, their issues are not taken care of. It's like they are being ignored or neglected. In our portfolio committee, we have members like Babu Ngobo and Honorable Masondo, who will always who are passionate about issues of disabled people. And from the report that you are presenting today, you know, from 2015 till to date, I thought that your report will be telling us how many people have been held accountable, those officials who are supposed to be, who have neglected. The other things that in your findings are there. Why are they not held accountable up to date? I'm worried, Mr. Mgomezulu, that, you know, when you do monitoring and evaluation, when you do desktop things, can you confidently tell us as the portfolio committee that the things that are reported there in those reports are accurate, even if we can say as the portfolio committee, we are going to go and do oversight in areas where you have done your investigations, will find any development or any progress made, and that they will match your report. I'm worried. And when I say I'm worried, I mean we are worried as the portfolio committee. And I'm sure we take issues of disabled people very seriously as this portfolio committee. Maybe let me give other members to make their own comments and clarity seeking question. Can I take hands? Honorable Ntlangwini, Honorable Masiko, Honorable Ngobo, Honorable Mpiti, there's a hand Jaga C. Kissen. I don't know. Who is C. Kissen?
Good day, Chairperson and honorable members. It's Chantal Kisun, Chief Operations Officer of the Human Rights Commission. I would like to respond, Chair, when it is appropriate.
Okay.
To questions here. Thank you.
Let me finish with the honorable members first. What's happening now? I'm trying to look at hands of honorable members. Okay, in that order.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much, Chairperson, and thank you very much to the Human Rights Commission for the worrisome report. And I want to agree with you, Chairperson. This report is indeed worrying some, as the state of the schools in Northwest, that key focus is to focus on children living with disabilities. And I want to agree with you, if Northwest is looking like this, imagine what is the state of other provinces and their schools that are focusing on our children living with disabilities. It's very worrisome. And if we're going to go on this trend, we will have a similar case of life as a man. And I don't know, why do we only act when people are dying? Why don't we act proactively and doing our daily jobs? And I want to agree with you in the accountability part, as to, because I don't still hear where accountability, or see where accountability was happening in the 3 lives and more, could be more, that was lost into the schools. I even see like that is even worrisome, and I know maybe perhaps most of these questions that we will be posing, the Human Rights Commission won't be able to answer, because they can only make recommendations, and the other issues and keeping people to account, it also comes from our mandate as members of parliament and so forth, because they can make a recommendation and say maybe perhaps, and I don't want to talk for them, I'm certainly don't work for them, but that is how I've seen their role. They can make recommendations, and it can just be there on a desktop of a minister, whether they want to follow it or not. It's upon them, you know. So we really need to look into some of the recommendations that it's prolonging. Since you said this report, it's stemming from 2015, and we are in 2022. So it's really worrisome, and it's areas that we really need to do oversight into as members of parliament. I was shocked. It was even more shocking to see on some of the slides that the schools are actually even asking or buying water from mines. But what is this? The social responsibility of those mines? Ought they not to give that water and fencing for schools and all of that for free for these schools? But for a school to go and buy water from a mine, it's quite a shameful situation that we are actually seeing and hearing now. And that is what we need to go in and delve in further, Honorable Chair, and go and do oversight in this area. We can't have in 2022 a mine, a school is buying water from a mine. It's ridiculous. It's actually absurd. So we really need to look into it. That is my few comments. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you very much, Honorable Ntlangwini. The Human Rights Commission is mandated to promote respect, promote the protection, to monitor and assess the observance of such rights within Republic of South Africa. So the Human Rights Commission has got a responsibility according to their core mandate to promote respect, promote the protection, and monitor and assess the observance of such rights within the Republic of South Africa. Honorable Ntlangwini. So they'll have to respond according to their mandate. Whether they have submitted the report, they have a responsibility to make follow-ups in ensuring that they comply also according to their mandate.
Chair.
So whatever questions we're going to ask is still relevant, Honorable Ntlangwini.
Yes, Chair, I don't dispute that we need to ask them questions. Hear me correctly. I don't dispute it. But
Okay.
also the ultimate responsibility, it's also lying with departments. The Department of Education is coming tops on this one. You have asked the Department of Women, it coming tops on it. So I don't dispute that they obviously will have to respond to the questions that we are having. But these other departments also need to take some form of responsibility, because we have seen many of these reports, they have made many recommendations and no department are taking action on some of these reports. So I'm just saying in light of that, Chair.
Oh, okay. But fortunately with ours, the ones that falls under us as the portfolio committee will make sure that they make follow-up and will make follow-up also. Thank you very much, Honorable Ntlangwini. Honorable Masiko.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson, and one must welcome the report that we have received. I think, Chair, you have been able to cover most of the issues that one would have liked to ask, Chairperson, especially the one that relates to the issue of the current state of provinces. It's not enough, Chairperson, that we receive a report that is based on research compiled as far back as 2015 and not know what the current status is. Honorable Ntlangwini raised the issue that we could be sitting on a possible life isidimeni situation. And as a portfolio committee, we run the risk of being co-opted and such that we as a committee did receive a report based on the findings that we have received, Chairperson, which are of great concern. Now, Chairperson, one of the things that we should notice that as a country, South Africa, we are a signatory to the UN Convention on the Rights of Persons with Disability, which our department is responsible for. As we know that there was a move from the Directorate of Persons with Disabilities from the Department of Social Development to the Department of Women. So we know that our department is responsible for collating country reports to the UN. And now, giving the findings, Chairperson, from this report, one would like to know whether or not the South African Human Resource Council has been able to engage with the Department of Women and Persons with Disabilities on these findings, Chairperson. I think it's very important for us to get that information. And secondly, Chairperson, one would like to know in relation to the issue of the monitoring now and the evaluation, who exactly is monitoring the implementation of these recommendations? Is it the Human Resource Council, or is it the Department of Women, Youth and Persons with Disabilities? I think it will be important for us to ascertain correctly who the main responsibility lies with between the two. Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. And thank you for the points that you've raised before. We totally agree with them, Chairperson. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Masiko. Honorable Ngobo.
Thank you, Chairperson. Chairperson, I agree with you. This is really not an acceptable situation. It's very unfortunate that we still have special needs schools in the country with such appalling conditions where 3 learners can just tragically die in the fire while they are at school. So I really think that the Department of Basic Education must take measures to ensure that there's improvement in the schools. Chairperson, my question to the Human Rights Commission is, if they have any plan, do they have any plan to conduct these studies across the country, specifically in special needs schools, especially starting with the more rural provinces where usually there are lack of resources and there's a lot of infrastructure challenges. Also, my second question is around the broad recommendation in the report. The Human Rights Commission indicated that they had recommended a meeting with the Department of National Education, or of National Department of Basic Education. So I would like to know if the Human Rights Commission was able to hold this meeting with the department, and what was the outcome of that meeting, if the meeting did take place. Also, I would like to know if the report has been shared with the Portfolio Committee on Basic Education for the National Department of Education, as well as the Portfolio Committee on Basic Education in the Northwest Province. And also there are issues in the report which the Department of Health is responsible for instance, wheelchairs and assistive devices. So I just want to find out from the Human Rights Commission if they were able to share the report with the Department of Health as well. And also issues of social workers. I think that the Department of Social Development is the one department that is responsible for social workers. So I just want to find out from the Human Rights Commission if they have also been able to share the report with the Department of Social Development. And the last question is not related to the report per se, but it is something that the Human Rights Commission has worked on, which is lack of access to education by children with disabilities. I remember that at some stage, over 500,000 children with disabilities did not have access to education. So I just want to find out from the Human Rights Commission if they have any recent information on this, if they know if the situation has improved or if it has become worse when it comes to access to education by children with disabilities. Thanks.
Honorable Mpiti.
Thank you very much, Chair. And thank you to the Human Rights Commission as well for the presentation. Chair, I think many of the honorable members have covered me with some of the questions that I had, but there are just a few that remain just to the Human Rights Commission. The first one really is to say that I appreciate in the report that it's quite clear where key failures happened, and I think the report is quite substantive in that regard in letting us know exactly where the failures were and what needs to be done to correct the failures. And I think that's a very great thing. But I'm really just interested to find out why exactly the report doesn't really point to the people who were responsible at the period in time in which these incidents were taking place, particularly with the school. And if I recall correctly, I think myself and my colleagues went to visit the school last year. So I think it's very interesting that it is coming out in this report. I'm really interested to know why has the report not really pointed clearly to who were the individuals in this regard that were involved and that failed to act.
Masiko, khona lightning la mangabe iyahamba network qhubeke ne.
Chair, sorry, my mic is freezing. Captured.
Yeah.
I'm saying my mic was freezing. I couldn't unlock, but I heard you, Chair.
Okay, sure. All right. Sorry, Honorable Mpiti.
I hope my question was clear, but my question was just to state that who was responsible and can the report do that? I also have the same question around the period in time. This was as far as I understand from the report, being investigated in 2015. So that clarity would also be important. And just also to pick up on what Honorable Ndlongwini said, I think when we do get reports from independent constitutional chapters, the department has to be present. And I'm not sure if the Department of Women, Youth, and Persons with Disability is present, because out of these recommendations, whatever falls within the mandate of the department must be able to respond to those issues that refers directly to the mandate of the department. And so I think, there are issues here that really do require obviously some analysis, but also some response from the department side. And then just the last thing is just to say broadly, I think what we saw last year during our oversight was that there are many schools that are unregistered and that don't have trained teachers, particularly when it comes to looking after children with disabilities. And so I really do think that this is a huge crisis in our country where, some of the schools that we visited last year, they would, the parents literally bring the kids to the school and the kids just sit there the whole day. They get food, breakfast, lunch, and that's it. They are not activated in any way or whatsoever. And that shows that there really is a huge gap between the skills shortages, I think, between those who are actually within this space and doing this work and are not really trained to do it properly. So I definitely do think it is not only a Northwest issue, it is a countrywide issue that definitely requires more investigation, and perhaps a much clearer way forward in terms of what needs to be done. And I think, in my personal view, Chair, if the Department of Women, Youth, and Persons with Disabilities is not part of this meeting, then I think we have also not come to we have not met the Human Rights Commission halfway in ensuring that what they're presenting here, they leave with recommendations that pertain to this department having been agreed to and deadlines having been set so that we can adequately deal with the issues that we are required to do. And I think as part of the portfolio, our mandate is oversight and to ensure that what independent constitutional chapters bring to us is actually being responded to and dealt with proper deadlines. Thank you very much.
Masondo.
Thank you, Chairperson. Thank you for the report that is forwarded to us today, although it's worrisome. Chairperson, if we are saying there is a lack of funding, how is the Department of Education budgeting for such schools? Are they treated differently compared to normal government schools? Are they getting equal share from the Department of Education, or are these schools privately owned? My take, I would say we need to invite other provinces to get information about children with disabilities from the Department of Education if these schools are under government. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you very much, Honorable Masondo. Any other hands? No other hands? Natasha, is your hand up or it's that time?
It was an old hand, Chair. Thanks.
Okay. Okay, you can lower your hands, honorable members. Let me get the commissioners and the staff to respond. Deputy Chair.
Thank you, Chair. I think let me firstly hand over to our Chief Operations Officer. She's had her hands up for some time, and my apologies for not introducing her to you. I couldn't see her on my screen at the time. And then Provincial Manager Ngomezulu will add to take some questions, and then Commissioner Malachi, and then perhaps I will take whatever is left of the questions of honorable members with your permission, Chair. May I ask the COO, Ms. Kissoon, to come on at this point?
Yes, Deputy Chair.
Thank you so much, Chair. Thank you so much, Deputy Chair and honorable committee members. To my colleagues, thank you, Chair. I have selected some of the questions to which I might be able to shed some light that were recurrent across the honorable members, particularly in respect of further work done. And perhaps, Chair, let me then also apologize for our presentation today. Our understanding was perhaps not clear. We were of the understanding that we needed to present on the report, and we possibly then didn't take the opportunity to furnish this committee with at least headline information of work that has happened since then. So then, Chair, I wanted to add some information about work that has been done by the Commission since this report that we've tabled now with the committee. And really, Chair, to say that in 2018, we undertook a national study to take a look in particular at special needs schools that had hostel facilities as well. We found just from this report and the work we had been doing, although localized in the Northwest Province, that there was indeed a need to have a further and more recent look at what the situation was. And indeed, in as much as we were challenged as a Human Rights Commission to gain access, I should say at the outset, to a number of these schools in the country, our sample did throw up some very worrying reports. And those findings or observations by the Commission are not markedly different, Chair, to what we actually found localized in the Northwest. We premised the finding really on this understanding that the right to education is a fundamental basic human right, and that it's an immediately realizable right. We were also concerned that civil society organizations and some of our statutory bodies had been trying to accumulate data around the statistics, the number of children that actually still did not have access to basic education and who had special needs. And at that time, I think Human Rights Watch had estimated some 600,000 children had been, unable to gain access. In general, our national research took place by actually visiting these schools, consulting with learners, consulting with the school management teams, hostel staff, non-educator staff, and then staff of the schools themselves. And we found in general that in as much as there were norms and standards, most staff were not aware of them, adequately aware. And when I say staff, I mean educator staff, SGBs, and non-educator staff in these schools. We had concerns about the policies that the schools had adopted. Most had not had any clear guidance in developing these policies. There hadn't been consultation with students. We found cases of corporal punishment were happening. We found that staff had not been adequately vetted and trained and so forth. We also found recurrent infrastructural problems. Now, we are very happy to share that policy brief with the committee later on. We'd be happy to do that. We also had concerns about complaint mechanisms in the schools. There weren't clear complaint mechanisms for learners or parents or for staff members to be able to bring complaints or to adequately monitor on the ground, both compliance and the operational management in schools. So those were the broad findings or observations, Chair, that we made in 2018 and we issued in terms of the policy brief. Then I should also add that the Commission has been conducting monitoring throughout the period of the pandemic of all schools in the country and has been reacting immediately where concerns were noted, particularly around access to water and sanitation. And linked to that, Chair, is the Commission's interventions with the National Department of Basic Education, expressing its concerns around that this is not confined to special needs schools. We have done so in respect of all schools and are actually now reflecting on the information provided by all of the provincial officers and awaiting certain further information that we've requested from the Minister of the Department of Basic Education. And what the Commission generally does is where there are specific complaints before it, it will then either litigate if there's no cooperation and its concerns are not addressed or it is not satisfied with the response. Alternatively, it may enter a process of engagement and interaction to support the safe resolution. And so the approaches it will take are quite varied. In the Northwest, in some instances, we were given undertakings that remedial action would be undertaken. So for instance, the construction of the new school, but then there are other findings that, we've not had the kind of responses we've needed. And some of it, in fairness, may be attributable to the number of changes that occur at the level of oversight in the province, but including at the level of the schools. I'm also aware that in terms of the actual culpability in terms of the persons responsible in the incidents that occurred at the Northwest School, that the SAPs were investigating. My colleague may have more information on that, but I digress, Chair. I should also share, for instance, that the Commission has been intervening where a number of civil society organizations that have been involved with special needs schools, for instance, have had challenges with their funding and therefore their ability to continue the important work they play as watchdogs, but also as partners to organizations like the Human Rights Commission in terms of extending the eyes on the ground and intervening where there may be human rights challenges. So we've intervened in those instances as well to ensure that their funding is not unlawfully interrupted, but they are able then to continue their work. Insofar as the, and some of the work that's going on that's more recent, Chair, is the action we are taking in the Northern Cape, for instance, around school infrastructure, where we found that a number of schools still have asbestos and so forth. So I'm drawing on some of the examples, and of course we should really have presented it to you. The Commission, as the National Human Rights Institution, is an A status body that's recognized by the United Nations, and then the mechanisms of the United Nations. And so we work in close liaison with the Committee on the Rights of the Child and the Committee on Economic and Social Rights that deals with education. We have made known to these committees our concerns, and we have shared as well as we are bound to do our reports and our recommendations for reform. Interestingly, the Committee on the Rights of the Child has called for the strengthening of bodies like the Human Rights Commission with adequate resources for bodies like us to be able to cover, for instance, 26,000 schools in the country. Of course, in terms of the Constitution and the mandate of the Commission, organs of state are obliged to report to the Human Rights Commission and to take on board the recommendations from the Human Rights Commission. But also where we issue directives, there is an obligation to cooperate and to comply. So these engagements have occurred in a number of instances and they continue to take place. But there is an expectation in terms of the mandate of the Commission that the first line of implementation, monitoring and evaluation and corrective actions need to feature in the architecture of every department, every school, and every district body that must undertake these functions, so that there is a constant strengthening and correction where it is needed immediately. The work of the Commission certainly is to promote and protect human rights, but to monitor it at a supra level. And so I thank the committee for the comments and some of the advice that has been issued in relation to the mandate. We certainly take a lot of it, but we are also especially grateful, I think, for the undertaking by the committee to engage with the accountable authorities. That is helpful to the work of the Commission. There have been a number of other interventions by the Commission at a more international level, Chair, around the adoption of an international, an independent monitoring mechanism, which we refer to in short as an IMM. My commissioner will address you more on that. And this mechanism really is intended to be a more diverse mechanism of multi-party members, including civil society organizations, from the Persons with Disability Network and experts that will then expand the ability of the Commission to have wider coverage and deeper insights that are independent and can be then presented to oversight bodies like the provincial and national parliaments. So they are then also able to execute their functions and to present these to the international and our regional mechanisms as well. So my commissioner will brief you on where we are with that. But we've made good progress with it, except of course for the hard questions around funding. And there've also, of course, been engagements with the ministry, the department, and certainly we've made reference to it with the Department of Justice and the Parliamentary Portfolio Committee on Justice, to which the Human Rights Commission reports. So I tried to give some general responses, Chair, on the question of the CCTV ability. It's more a tool that will be used to ease the ability and facilitate the ability of schools to conduct wider monitoring as operations continue on a daily basis. And this can be activated simply from electricity and not necessarily dependent on the internet and so forth. But we realize that that is a far ask at this point. We are quite deeply concerned with the overall obligations we directed to the departments, provincial and national, because you will see, Chair, from the recommendations, it was forcing these bodies to take actions that will require them to assess their budgets and to make the necessary applications for their budgets. It requires them to audit, to go out and actually assess what the weaknesses and strengths are, what the needs are, and so forth. So these reports would have been quite valuable to the Commission, but also intended to be helpful to the departments themselves, which is the first line of implementation and policy making needed to have taken those steps. Chair, yes, I've covered our recommendations to the Committee on the Rights of the Child, and I'm happy to report they've taken on board our recommendations. We've also got a great deal of work in progress through our focus on children's rights. But Chair, I'm happy to send through the brief, as I've said, and any other information we can supply from the Commission if needed. That may be of assistance to the committee, but allow them more detailed responses from my commissioners and then from my colleague in the Northwest around the updates on the criminal prosecution if they have it. Thank you so much, Chair.
And then the next one.
Hi, Chair. DC had said COO will start, I will follow, and then Commissioner Malachi will be the third one. Chairperson and honorable members, thank you for the questions. I've taken notes. We try to be concise. There are two reports, honorable members. This one that we're discussing, the hearing was held in March 2018, and the report was launched in August 2019. The other incident of 2015, there is a separate report. I think it was through that recommendation of the recommendations contained in that report that there was a renovation in the school and the other interventions that were made. I'm not obviously attributing everything to the commission, but I'm saying it was also part of that response. This one was not looking only at the incident at Northwest School for the deaf, but it was looking at the picture in the province and nationally. That's why the recommendations talk to the Northwest and as well as nationally. The issue of funding is addressed at page 57, where we request that make recommendations for the department to look into the issue of funding and possibly ring-fence some of the funds. And the issue of cost analysis, the understanding was that it will flow from the audit, because the department had undertaken to undertake an audit, and from that it is then that the gaps would have been identified as to what's available and what's not available and what needs to be done. The issue of stakeholders, I fully take the point. Perhaps the answer by my commissioners will be slightly different, but as the people on the ground, we tend to look at who's the respondent and share the findings, the provisional findings, and ultimately the findings with the respondents. But also I take the point, and it's something that perhaps my COO and commissioners could elaborate on, the work that is then done at national office, the head office with the ministers and parliament and parliamentary committees. But also not as an excuse, but just as a sort of a context. I joined the province after the investigation and the report. It was coordinated by our head office, national office, legal services unit in the national office, and our commissioners. But I'm not saying that as a point to distance myself. It's only to give some context as to when I'm unable to say what happened actually, like at that particular time. It is for that reason I came with the after the fact. But we take the points, and the commission, honorable members, as part of its strategic plan, which has been reduced, filtered down into our annual performance plan and operational plan, they all talk to the needs for taking all the commission's reports and do an M&E on all of them. And there is currently a process where we are adopting a broader institutional monitoring and framework system that will assist, so that we have one information. It's not the province did this, the office of Commissioner Malachi did this, and the COO did this. To have all of this information being collated into that system and informing which province or which authority has done what. That is work in progress, but yes, and I can also comfortably say that there's work already happening towards that direction. As the Northwest, we're looking at this report and the status of mental health in South Africa, and we've made advanced progress in relation to the monitoring and implementation, or the implementation of that report. And also my COO, perhaps it will be a point that she covers, that we undertake this work. I mentioned in my first slot that this kind of monitoring, not that it takes a backseat, but there's many other areas, the COVID compliance in schools, healthcare services, persons with disabilities, children. There's so many areas of monitoring that we cover with quite limited resources, but perhaps the issue of limited resources is not something I must deal with now, because it's something that is receiving the attention of our principals, in the secretariat and the commissioners. So we are monitoring, and we are not sidelining the work. We're not taking it as less important. If anything, we take all the rights in the Bill of Rights seriously, and we do the monitoring. And COO has talked about the further work, reflecting at the national level. And I know Commissioner Malachi has something to say about work done by Commissioner Makwetla post this report. But for the other matters, as reaching out to other stakeholders, honorable members, I take that on board, and it's a welcomed intervention which must be done and will be done. Thank you so much.
Mr. Mgomezulu.
Yes, Chair.
Other officials to the COO, I want to pose a question to all of you as administrators, because you're the one who does administration. People have died. Children with disabilities continue to suffer. Will I be correct that even yourselves, we have violated the rights of children with disabilities? One, by not ensuring that there's compliance. Two, by not ensuring that people who are liable for whatever crisis has happened, they are held accountable. Three, it's after 7 years, 20, I was counting years, after 7 years. In fact, listening to your reports today, it's like there is no progress. I want to leave out the commissioners for now. I'm talking to people who are doing day-to-day work on behalf of the institution. Will we be correct as the portfolio committee if we are saying, even yourselves, you contributed to a violation of children with disability? Because I'm trying to think, Mr. Mgumezulu. Your answers are here, no there. It's English. That's what we say in our portfolio committee. You speak English. We are very practical in our portfolio committee. And unfortunately, because we have called you to come and make a presentation to our portfolio committee, this is one report that we are going to make follow up on it. But also, we are going to also invite the other stakeholders and the relevant portfolio committees and the departments to come in account. Because as the portfolio committee, we've been getting many complaints. In some instances, we'll be told that one, parents can afford school fees in those schools. Two, those schools are very far. Some parents cannot even afford to pay transportation of their kids from home to those institutions. You know, by now, after 7 years, we think that your recommendations should have made the relevant department to take these issues serious, to address all the issues that have been raised. If a person have died, that thing must not be taken light. Even if it's your colleagues at the provincial level, but you can't take light an issue where people have died. And persons with disabilities keep suffering. The pain that they are experiencing every day, it's like even if they cry, no one is listening to them. Can you respond on that one?
Yes, Chair. I'll start and my COO will come. Chair, on the broader question, I wouldn't think that we are complicit because the Constitution is quite clear as to who the duty bearer is and what our role is. If to the extent that there was a failure by the duty bearer, we took steps and pointed out those failures and made recommendations for corrective action. There are some steps that were taken and some that were not. And we are continuing with the oversight mechanisms. And on the issue, the other issue, Chair, I mentioned that there were two reports. The one which is specific to the school, the 2015 one, made a number of recommendations, as I stated, Chair, again, before my time, and it was implemented by my predecessor, Ms. Mpoboikanya. The recommendations included SACE taking disciplinary action, and it can be submitted with the information that COO is going to send. Disciplinary action by SACE of the officials involved, that's South African Council of Educators, SAPS to request SAP to take a criminal proceedings to be initiated, legal aid to facilitate support to the families in terms of legal representation. That happens in the previous report. The status and a full report as to how far that process went should be available because the oversight was done by my predecessor before my time, and the issues are outlined in both reports, but I would agree again with the honorable member that presented earlier on in asking a question, that there is a point where the duty bearers must cooperate with the commission, having conducted investigations and finished the reports with findings and recommendations. COO, I do not know if you want to come in at this time.
Yes, thank you, if I may, Chair.
Yes, you can, COO.
Thank you so much, Chair. Thank you very much. And thank you also for the observations you make. Certainly, it's not a source of comfort for the Commission that vulnerable groups, including children with disabilities, continue to receive so little attention from implementers, from responsible bodies, from parliaments, and from ourselves because of the situation we find ourselves in. And so I want to repeat that we are heartened that this portfolio committee is taking it forward. That is a source of great assurance to the Human Rights Commission. And to share then, Chair, a question I had not responded to specifically, to say that the Commission has actually tabled this report in September 2019 with the Speaker of Parliament. We also highlighted in that tabling that the report should be of special interest, in particular to the Portfolio Committee on Basic Education. A number of interventions have been made with the parliaments in respect of the Commission's reports and with a particular focus on special needs. In 2017, we presented to the Portfolio Committee on Human Settlements, where we talked about the special needs housing, and we touched on schools in this committee as well. Then we appeared in 2020 again with the Justice and Correctional Services Portfolio Committee, and we raised our concerns as well in written responses to questions we received. The research brief that I referred to on creating an environment that is enabling, again, focused on adequate housing and the special needs housing policy in 2017. In February 2020, the Department of Basic Education gave a status report to the Parliamentary Committee on Basic Education, and it indicated that it was processing the recommendations from two of our reports, 2019 reports. One of the recommendations was around the special schools report that related to the DBE, the Department of Basic Education, producing a report that shows us what has been done to demonstrate its commitment to an inclusive education system. The second was a report we had tabled in respect to the state of mental health in South Africa. And so this is just at the level of Parliament. But, we went further and we've had interactions with the United Nations Committee, as I said, on the rights of the child, but also on the rights of persons with disabilities. And we've submitted a report to them. It was the time for our country to report, for South Africa to report. So we submitted at that same time, in January 2018, our reports to this UN committee, again highlighting our concerns. So we have been keeping an eye on the level of commitment and compliance with our reports, but also raising it and bringing it to the attention of the different parliamentary portfolio committees. The second part of that question was whether this hearing report, which is tabled now with the committee, was provided to the MEC, for instance, in the Northwest province when the hearing was held. And to say in general, Chair, that when the commission convenes a public hearing, whether it is at the national level or at the local level, in this case in the Northwest, all of the parties that have been involved or implicated in some way issued the findings and the report. So we can say with some certainty, of course, that the MEC in the province did receive the report. The report was also brought to the attention of the then Premier in 2019, calling upon the Premier to ensure that the recommendations of the Commission received due attention and that oversight was exercised in its implementation and compliance. So a great deal of work is going. There's more interesting and important work also going on with UNICEF that is supporting us to look at the rights of children in education and as well as the rights of children with special needs. But we would welcome any opportunity to interact and support the work of this committee in exercising oversight. And of course, we may then also take other steps to hold to account through other fora like courts where the need arises. So that in summary, Chairperson, is the information, the further information I wanted to share with the committee. I had not specifically provided that information in response to the question, but I think it gives a sense of the magnitude and the multiple forums through which the Commission has been engaging to get some of its recommendations, because they are important recommendations that remain relevant to this day, to get the attention of oversight mechanisms on these recommendations and to get responsible authorities to actually act on them. Thank you so much, Chair.
Honorable members, any comments before I hand over to Advocate and the Deputy Chair? Masiko?
Honorable Chairperson.
Yes.
No, I don't have a comment for now, Chair. Can I just reserve it for later on? Thank you.
Okay, Honorable Natasha? Honorable Mpiti? Babu Ngobo?
Thank you, Chair. I'm covered for now. I'll also reserve my comment for the end. Thank you.
Okay. Over to you, Deputy Chair. Babu Ngobo, sorry. Babu Ngobo?
I'm covered, Chairperson, thanks.
Okay. Over to you, Advocate.
Thank you. Can you hear me, Chair?
Yes, Advocate,
Okay.
I can hear you.
Okay, no, thank you very much. Chair, I've listened carefully to the comments and concerns of you as the Chair, as well as those of honorable members. In the first place, Chair, let me say, I personally, as a commissioner in charge of children with disability, acknowledge the progress that government has done in respect of special schools for children with disabilities. It has really done a lot. For instance, I've gone to several schools, special schools, where I saw that ramps were erected. And secondly, where children were afforded learning material in a accessible format. For instance, at some of the blind schools, children have been given, laptops which are fitted with a special program, talking program, where they can access, books, textbooks, and other learning material. So that really has been, it's a big progress. But at the same time, Chair and honorable members, let me say, at the same time when I visited the schools and all that, I observed things that should and must and can be improved, which are quite vital so that children with disabilities enjoy the same right to education and the same right to quality education as other children. And on visiting some of these schools and some of the incidents that happened in the schools, as we have mentioned in the report, were a cause of worry to us as the commission. And hence the decision that we make this provincial investigation, because at the time, most of these incidents happened in the Northwest province. This investigation was done, and then finding was made, recommendations were made, and follow-ups were made by our administrative section. I'm sure you have heard of steps that have been taken. And from our side, as the commissioner, I remember I requested one of the panelists who was on the panel we allocated each other tasks. And she was given the task of going to meet with the MEC, the provincial MEC for education in the Northwest. That was in 2019. To again make him aware of our concerns of non-compliance and non-implementation of the recommendations and findings that were made. And the commissioner reported, the panelist reported back to me, he was also a commissioner, that indeed he met with the MEC and the head of Department of Education in that province. And that the meeting was held in a very good spirit, and they are surely undertook to implement what was there in the report. So there was also, I just want to clear up some of the questions that were asked, with regard to the protection mandate. I remember there was a school, I think that was in Mpumalanga, and several schools, which by then, I think it was 2016, 2017, refusing admission to children with disabilities at the main school, there are reasons being that, they, at the school, they don't have, money to build up the ramps. They don't have money to do this and this and this and this. And we took up this matter with the Equality Court because it was worrying, and it was quite worrying to me. It was quite worrying to me, to realize that somebody is being refused education just because of his or her disability, a child for that matter. So we won the case in the Equality Court that is unfair discrimination. Cannot refuse a child admission to a school because you say you don't have the necessary facilities for that child. So I was happy about this decision, and I enforced this decision and told our administration that everywhere where you go, you find that the child has been refused admission. Take out this decision because it's binding. And on another score now, with regard to involvement of, civil organization of people with disabilities. Besides being very close to my heart, but members of civil organization, especially for organization of people with disabilities, must be involved in, advising the commission and guiding the commission, especially with regard to, the serious lacunas that are there in terms of blind people and even blind children not enjoying the same rights as their counterparts. That, I decided that we should, as a commission and as a county, comply with the United Nations Convention on the Rights of People with Disability with regard to monitoring. But monitoring of these violations, becomes very serious violation of the rights of people with disabilities, must involve civil organization of people with disabilities, because they are the people, they know best how painful and what can be done, to achieve, the aims and goals, not only of the convention, but also of our constitution with regard to, the enjoyment, the full enjoyment of rights, not being discriminated. So we have to this end my office has made proposal to the commission, to the commissioners, that they approve the establishment of a monitoring body which will work hand in glove with the Human Rights Commission in respect of the monitoring of rights of persons with disabilities in all institutions and in all aspects of our Bill of Rights, especially with regard to people with disabilities. So I'm just waiting that this my memo, the memo that I've submitted, that it gets the approval of all the commissioners, which I hope it will very soon. However, as the COO has mentioned, there could be a problem perhaps with the funding and the financing of this monitoring body. But I think from my office, from my side, has pushed as much as we can, and we're trying to push. And we hope that then we're appealing to the portfolio committee that you should please, help us, that, go and lobby for us that this monitoring body, which is of course, in terms of the Convention on the Rights of People with Disability, must be established and must be financed. Somewhere we must get financed to see this body, because it's going to help the commission, the Human Rights Commission, greatly. Because I believe nobody, as the saying goes, nothing about us without us. Well, there will be the people who really know where and how and what must be done. So that's one of the things that my office is pushing, and I'm trying to push as a Human Rights Commission, that we have this monitoring, because we have, as a country, signed the convention, and so we must see to it that it's implemented. And I think on another score, okay, the question of what's being done. Chair and honorable members, with the new commissioners that have come, but I think, we started last year or so. Our chairperson, we were worried as commissioners that, look, as a Human Rights Commission, we write lots and lots of reports. We hold hearings, we write reports and give findings and recommendations. But some of these recommendations are not being implemented by the duty bearers. Duty bearers being the responsible minister. So we had a meeting, if my memory serves me well, I think that was with the speaker, with the speaker or the minister or the portfolio committee, no, the portfolio committee on justice and correctional services, where we voiced our complaint that, look, we are worried that most of the duty bearers, some of the duty bearers, they are not ready, or they don't move in implementing the recommendations that we have made, and that Parliament must come in, the portfolio must come in here, and that a follow-up, the speaker perhaps, or the portfolio committee, make some follow-ups, and then to that extent, they acceded to our request, and they requested that we give them, the list of the recommendations and reports that we've made, and recommendations that we've made which are not being implemented, and the responsible department. And I think our administration has done that. So in short, that's how we try to push everything. But really, it's worrying. It's worrying with the reports that we're getting from the administration, who are doing some of this monitoring. It's worrying to us. Hence, we spoke to the portfolio on justice, that we are having this serious problem where the duty bearer does not want to execute what he must execute or implement the recommendation of the Human Rights Commission, which has done its work, held investigation, made findings, made recommendations, but the duty bearer does not want to move. And at the same time, there are people whose rights are being violated and then, in contravention of the Constitution. So let me stop there, Chairperson and honorable members. Thank you. And leave perhaps and ask perhaps the deputy chair to add up something if she wants to add. Thank you.
Thank you. Over to you, Deputy Chair.
Thank you very much, Chairperson, to honorable members and the colleagues who have responded in some depth, I think, to some of the questions posed by the Portfolio Committee. Chairperson, let me just briefly say to you the following. From what you can hear from the colleagues, I think a lot of work has been done by the Human Rights Commission. And in fact, I think we can share a lot of that stuff with you. It's just that we didn't realize that you would want us to do so. The COO has undertaken to share a lot of those reports with you, including the report specific to the incident where children were killed. So I think that should be done and the report shared with members of the Portfolio Committee. If I'm hearing the members of the Portfolio Committee correctly, I think what you are saying to us is that you are concerned over and above the issues that pertain on a day-to-day basis and the challenges that disabled children face. You are mostly concerned with health and safety issues. You do not want us to be in a situation where we see a repeat of what happened in 2015. And what you are asking us, in effect, is, as we all sit here today, are we sure that the same set of circumstances won't repeat themselves again and children will be killed again? I think that's the crux of your concern. And I think, Chair, that is fundamentally something that we all share in common with yourselves as the Human Rights Commission. And our litmus test must be, after our intervention, all of the work that the COO has pointed out to you, Commissioner Malatsi and the PM of Northwest, the litmus test ultimately must be, have things changed for the better? And from our perspective, that is something that we must certainly try and endeavor. We consider it a success when things improve. So you would have heard, for example, that the particular school in question, things did improve with regard to health and safety issues. But the larger question pertains, in other words, can we be satisfied that this will not occur somewhere else? And this is where I think we are saying, Chair, like the Honorable PT said, we would need to work together with other oversight bodies, constitutional oversight bodies, because we simply do not have the resources to be everywhere. But having said that, Chairperson, we try within those resources to be able to have a bird's overview. And that in itself, I think, would be very useful to your work. And as Honorable PT suggested, perhaps what needs to happen is a greater collaboration between ourselves and yourselves as the Portfolio Committee, but also bringing on board the issue of provincial oversight bodies such as the legislatures, and including, of course, the Department of Youth and Persons with Disabilities, in this. And I think more, therefore, needs to be done with regard to the outcomes of our investigative reports insofar as our monitoring framework is concerned, a whole follow-up process with regard to directives issued that were not implemented, and how we then take this forward by reporting it to the various bodies where such individuals are ultimately accountable. And that would invoke Parliament's authority as well in the form of those portfolio committees. Hence, I think many members asking the question, but who are you talking about when you say they don't implement your recommendations? Give us names so that we can hold them accountable. So my sense, Chairperson, out of this discussion, firstly, we must thank you for the opportunity to engage with you, because it creates for us synergies, and we can develop relationships with you because we are like-minded in your objectives as well. And certainly from our side, we will share with you the information we have at hand regarding the specific questions that you have, but also try and optimize the outcomes of our investigations, as was indicated previously with regard to our monitoring frameworks and the ability to follow up, hopefully together with you and with your support as well, both in terms of the actual content of those reports, but also supporting us in our endeavor to ensure that there is a permanent monitoring mechanism in place, particularly for places such as schools and places of safety, orphanages included, for example, where children, particularly with disabilities, being very vulnerable, are exposed to different conditions, and that we invoke a sense of transparency and accountability in all of those institutions going forward. Thank you so much to yourself in this regard, and to everybody else in this discussion. We really appreciate it.
Thank you very much, Deputy Chair. We'll await the reports, COO, and then we'll engage with you later. Maybe when we get another slot, we'll write to you and request that you come to Parliament again, so that we have that joint meeting with the relevant departments. But thank you very much for the work that you have done so far, and for coming to our portfolio committee. Thank you for understanding. We are moving from which premise, and you got us correct 100%, Deputy Chair, on what is it that we need to hear as the portfolio committee, and we take everything serious as this portfolio committee, and we are looking forward to working with you, because there are other issues that we will write to you as the portfolio committee and raise them with you, so that maybe you can also assist. And thank you very much. Thank you, Chairperson of CGE. In fact, I also watched that documentary. I think it was last week, or if not last week. I watched that documentary whereby the infrastructure in the disability schools are dilapidated, and it's worrisome. And I'm sure even Human Rights Commission members and the staff, you have seen it. But thank you very much to all the commissioners for staying with us until this time. At least you have listened to all the things that were presented and the questions that members have raised. Hopefully together we can do more. And thank you very much for all your commitment. And we've come to the end of our meeting. And thank you very much. The meeting is adjourned.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank
Don't leave the chair.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, members.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you.
Bye.
Thank you very much. Bye.
Bye.
Thank you very much. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Thank you. Bye.
Bye.
Bye.